Energizing Rutgers for over a century. JAG Physical Therapy. Proud partners of Rutgers University Athletics. JAG Physical Therapy is your premier in-network resource for physical and occupational therapy. Visit jagpt.com to book your appointment today. And by Premio Sausage, the way sausage should be. The proceeding has been a presentation of the RWJ Barnabas Health Rutgers Sports Network from Learfield and Scarlet Assets Management Company.
Baseball or football, WFAN runs the city. Yankees bats, Mets heat, Giants defense, Jets dreams. It's all here every day. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Tony Gallo.
Radio 101.9 FM, The Fan, WFAN.
Oh, that's right. It's your boy, Anthony Gallo. And I'm coming to you from our studios in New York City, WFAN. And I got you all the way till 7 p.m. 888-808-1019 is the conversation starter right there. Number to call, as always. We got a lot to get into. The U.S. continues their sporting dominance over those bums in England. The WBC in full swing. Jets and Giants rumors swirling. Mets and Yankees facing off at spring training today. Maybe we'll get into that as well. The Johnnies, the number one seed in the Big East tournament. LIU punched their ticket to the Big East or to the NCAA tournament for the first time in school history. But we start with the other basketball team in town, the New York Knicks. And a lot has been said this season about this Knicks team. And I find it funny that in this market, because I actually think nationally, the Knicks have been more positively spoken about than people speak about the Knicks here in New York as a Knicks fan base. But we've seen now the Pistons struggle. We've seen teams struggle at times, whether, the Spurs have struggled with teams. The Pistons have struggled with the Spurs specifically. We've seen them lose games. Cade Cunningham looks gassed. And the only team in the NBA that is told they cannot win a title when they lose to a good team, and the narrative is misguided when you talk about the Knicks playing good teams because they have a winning record against the best four teams in the NBA. But when the Knicks lose to a good team, it's they can't win a championship. If somebody else loses to a good team, silence. And we've now seen the Knicks, a supposedly bad defensive team, since February 1st. Or actually, let's go back even a little farther. Since January 27th, they've held opponents to 87, 92, 97, 100, 101, 89, 89, 106, 99, 98, 89, 95, and 103 back-to-back games in a high-scoring game against Denver. They have now held teams to right around or below 100 points consistently for over a month. They have moved into the top 10 in defensive rating. They are a better defensive team than they were a year ago. Offensively, they are the third best team in the league. But consistently, the narrative is they're not good enough, they're not tough enough, their star players don't play defense, their ancillary pieces are inconsistent. And the narrative does not fit the reality. The Knicks are one of the four best teams in the NBA. The Knicks are going to be the odds-on favorite, most likely, betting-wise, I'm not saying in my book, to win the Eastern Conference. The majority of people around the league view the Knicks as the best team in the Eastern Conference. I've seen Windhurst report about it. I've seen James Edwards report about it. Written in The Athletic, I've seen it. The Knicks are viewed as the best roster in the Eastern Conference. They're viewed as the best team in the Eastern Conference. I don't care that Jason Tatum's back because a year ago, before he got hurt, that Celtics team was going to be down 3-1, down 11 points with less than 3 minutes to go. I don't want to hear about that. The Pistons team that this Knicks team beat in a 6-game series last year, they didn't even need the 7th game. But somehow, only the Knicks have things held against them in this fashion. And it's mostly because of the fan base here. And I think it's time for people to start buying in to what this Knicks team actually is. And this is a legitimate title contender. Yes, they've had their ups. They've had their downs. They almost beat the Thunder on a night where Jalen Brunson couldn't hit a single shot. They've handled the Spurs easily, the Nuggets easily, the Raptors easily, all in the last week. Yes, they struggled with Cleveland and Detroit in their last two matchups against those teams. They dominated Boston at the beginning of February. But somehow we only view the negatives with this team as a true factor of what the Knicks can actually be. And come April, May, June, and it's okay. You guys are all allowed back on the bandwagon. But all of these critiques, all of these negativity that's surrounding the team is going to go out the window. Similar to a year ago when you guys were starting to write them off against the Pistons last year and told us that they had no shot against the Celtics, and they ended up in the Eastern Conference Finals. And yes, they had a disappointing end to their season. But guess what? Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers are not around right now. And somehow an unproven Pistons team, an unproven Cavs team, who are banged up with injuries. We don't know what James Harden, what he's playing with injury-wise, are given the benefit of the doubt where the Knicks are not. And I find it hilarious that we go through this with this team, and it mostly, the loudest naysayers are from within the building, well, not within the building, but within the state, within the city. And we went from being the joyous fan base, the ever-optimistic fan base, to now being the Debbie Downers. Every week, you find a reason, no matter how far you got to dig into your bag of negativity, you try to find a reason why this team is not good enough. First, it was Cat is too inconsistent. And I've been a part of this at times, too. I've always felt that they always were going to have a shot. I don't treat the Pistons like the 98 Bulls like you guys do. They sit currently third in the entire NBA in offensive rating. Defensive rating, they sit seventh. Right there with teams like the Celtics and the Rockets. Obviously, the top three are the Thunder, Pistons, Spurs. But when it comes to offensive rating, none of those teams are even in the top seven. So the Knicks, this also goes for the people who want to claim that Mike Brown isn't that great of a coach. They're a better defensive team than they were a year ago. They are better, if not just as good as an offensive team. They were a very good offensive team at times last year. Their offensive rating has not fallen off at all. Their place in the NBA as an offensive team has not fallen off one bit, and that is with a Karl Anthony Towns who is playing much better now. But that is with a Karl Anthony Towns who has not been consistent at all this year. And they've managed to maintain that elite scoring nature that they've had all season. And a guy like Cat is starting to slowly turn it around now. Yes, scoring-wise, he hasn't put up the gaudy numbers. But in 4 straight games, he has 13, 17, 12, and 14 rebounds. He's got 6 assists in one of those games. He's managed to battle on the boards, which in my opinion was my biggest source of frustration with him. He's never going to be the defensive player we want. I'm not living in a delusional place. He has put the effort in defensively over the last, 5 to 10 games. The effort, in my opinion, actually, more specifically, I don't know how many games it is, since that conversation on national TV where Shaq kind of got on him, it feels like he's really upped his game. But where I have seen a source of pride with Cat is the fact that he is giving 110% effort on the boards. And that is the biggest thing. If he can't knock down his shots and he's not giving you the defensive prowess that you need, that you guys all clamor for, he is giving you second chances. He's limiting the second chances of other teams. And he is going out there and doing his job on the boards. He is putting you in a position to get the ball back in the hands of your best player or giving you a chance to limit second chances of the other team. OG Anunoby is starting to look a little bit more comfortable and consistent. And my biggest thing with OG is I feel like there's not enough belief on his end in his own talent. He has the ability. He's an elite defender. He has the ability to be a very good, borderline great offensive player every night. Mikal Bridges, when he's on, and we've seen that over the last few games, it is, again, a huge boost for a team that is looking for these secondary pieces to pick up Brunson when he's down, to ail and limit how much Cat struggles hurt this team. OG put up the 34 the other night. And in 2 back-to-back games, Brunson has struggled offensively. But last game, he had 1 turnover and 15 assists. So even Jalen Brunson is finding ways to benefit this team, to impact this team positively when he is struggling. Against the Thunder, they lost by 3. They had 2 big chances at the end of the game. And it felt like the OG shot was going to go down. But they had 2 chances at the end of the game to tie it. And that was on a night where Brunson struggled offensively, where they were down, not big, but they were down pretty decently for a chunk of that game. And they, again, were able to battle back. And at this point, there's no moral victories. But I can see the silver lining in what this team is doing night in and night out. Also, against the Thunder, Brunson had 15 assists. I actually didn't even realize this because I never really went back and looked at the stat sheet from that game. He had 15 assists that night. And they were finding ways to keep themselves in the game. Josh Hart looks like for the first time all year, he is fully healthy and fully confident in this new role that he has. And when he's going, we know how important he can be as a player. So, and again, in that Thunder game, Brunson, 15 of 18. Mikal, 6 of 17. OG, 6 of 17. 4 of 13 from 3, which is awful. And if you look at their biggest losses in 2 of their last 3 biggest losses, the game against the Pistons that they last played at the Garden, and this one against the Thunder, it has come on putrid shooting nights. I do not expect this team in crunch time to shoot like that. I do not expect this team, which is very experienced in the playoffs, going deep into the playoffs, whether OG Anunoby, who's had his, I know he was young, but, had his time with the Raptors when they were making runs. Mikal's been around for a long time, played in the NBA Finals. Cat has been in back-to-back. He's been in the Western Conference, Eastern Conference, back-to-back conference finals. Brunson, who's been on, teams that have gotten to the finals teams that have gotten to the conference finals in both conferences. He is experienced. This team has experience just from their Knicks time frame, whether it's Josh Hart or Brunson, if we get Miles McBride back, Mitchell Robinson. So there is experience here. Yes, there isn't a lot of championship experience, but there's experience here. You have guys who could play defense more. And think about it. If they do get Miles McBride back in the playoffs, you look at what you could throw out there at multiple positions, removing Brunson and Towns from the equation. You have Mitch. You have Diawara. You have OG. You have Bridges. You have Alvarado. You'll have McBride if he's healthy. You'll have Sohan. You have so many guys that can play, Josh Hart, so many guys that can play defense on this team. I don't understand how we view it. And the numbers don't lie. The reality is they are a good defensive team. They're not a great defensive team. There's only a couple of those in the NBA, in my opinion. And I really believe it's really just the Thunder and the Spurs. I do think the Pistons are good defensively, but I'm curious to see how the Pistons react to every single team in the NBA upping their physical intensity and their toughness come playoff time. It's great being the toughest team in the regular season. That's great. What do you do when you finally get punched back? Shout out to my guy Rami Lavi. Obviously, you guys know who he is. I was speaking to him earlier this week, and he made a great point. The Knicks, their first year with Tibbs, where they got to the playoffs, and with that Randall team, and they got upset by the Hawks. The whole thing was how tough this team is, how rough and tough the team was, and then they got to the playoffs and they got punched in the mouth. The next time around, they beat the Cavs. And then you face off against the Miami Heat, and you get punched in the mouth. What is this Pistons team going to be when you take away their physicality because you're matching it now? What are they going to be when Cade Cunningham has to carry them for 7 straight games in a big situation with everything on the line? And I'm not saying they can't do it, but the benefit of the doubt that you are giving teams that have yet to show it, the Cavs, when has Donovan Mitchell showed you that he is this playoff monster? He got beat by a team in Utah that had Jalen Brunson on it, that was lacking Luka Doncic for 3 games. They lost that series. He's lost to this Knicks team before. He's had disappointing playoff series, whether it was 2 years against the Magic or last year against the Celtics. And James Harden, one of the biggest choke artists in NBA history. We are somehow giving them the benefit of the doubt. The Celtics, I get the pushback. Tatum's healthy, and I have a little less fear of them because Tatum's just getting back. And the thought that he's going to be able to match, 30, 35 minutes a night in crucial playoff games where it is physical and he's got to get his legs out underneath him, I find it tough. They just lost Vucevic. So I do understand the pushback there, though, because the majority of that roster has an NBA ring. The majority of that roster has made multiple conference finals runs. So I get that. Everyone else in the Eastern Conference is kind of secondary. I'm not worried about the Miami Heat. I'm not worried about the Toronto Raptors. I think the Raptors have a great future. They're young, whatever. I'm not worried about them. I'm not worried about the Orlando Magic. And I'm sure if the Knicks end up having to play the Magic in the first round of the playoffs, all we're going to hear about is how this team is going to give the Knicks are in trouble, just like last year with the Pistons. And I am not even telling you that the Knicks are going to beat these teams. What I'm telling you is it's funny how we are just giving them the benefit of the doubt. But this Knicks team, which has proven they can make runs in the playoffs, which has proven they can win tough playoff series. The Pistons series was not easy. They won it in 6 games. They've beaten teams, previously where everyone thought the Sixers were going to beat the Knicks, and the Knicks went out there and took care of business. Last year, they had no shot against the Celtics, and they were able to come back not once, not twice, but multiple times from gigantic deficits in that series to knock off the Celtics. And that was before Jason Tatum got hurt. The team that I view as the one team that would absolutely give me a fear, they don't have their best player. They are not an NBA playoff team, and that is the Pacers. And we don't have to worry about them this year. We'll worry about that nightmare next year. So, yes, do I think the Pistons would be favored in a series against the Knicks? Sure. Do I think that's right? Of course it is. They're the best team in the NBA right now, or one of the best teams in the NBA. The Thunder and Spurs, have eclipsed them now for that record. But we can also agree that they are not the Steph, Clay, Draymond Green, Kevin Durant Warriors. They are not the Jordan and Pippen Bulls. They are not the Kobe and Shaq Lakers. This is not the Showtime Lakers. This isn't even the bad boy Pistons team. We have anointed a team that has done nothing in the NBA. They've played 3.5, 4 months of great basketball. That's what they've done. And we have anointed them as a team the Knicks somehow cannot beat. After we watched a former NBA champion that, yes, the Knicks struggled with more, in my opinion, more mightily last year, and watch the Knicks knock them off in the playoffs. And again, last year doesn't really matter, but it's the optics around this. It's the way people view this team that absolutely blows my mind. This Knicks team is one of the 4 best teams in the NBA. This Knicks team has as good a shot as winning an NBA title and getting to the finals as any other Eastern Conference team. 888-808-1019. And you're all going to call in. You're going to tell me that the Pistons are tougher. All right, what happens when they get punched in the mouth in May and April and June? The order of months there messed up. What's going to happen? Everyone ups their intensity in the playoffs. Every single team. For my entire lifetime, the playoffs have gotten more physical and more intense. And the teams that have faltered are the ones that, a lot of them, and this is a lot of teams, that were these teams that maybe had their flaws, but they made up for those flaws being physical in the regular season. And I'm not saying that doesn't matter, but you have to now match that for a grueling playoff run. And most likely, if the Knicks finish, they're right now a game and a half above the Cavs. They're a game and a half behind the Celtics. The Knicks are going to most likely have to play Boston in the second round. And, you know, you will see what happens if the Pistons and them both make the Eastern Conference Finals. And they have done stuff, and the narrative that they somehow have struggled, and like, yes, this is what comes with expectation and talent on your team. But when you look at guys in this league, and you look at the way the Knicks have played over an extended period of time, and it doesn't match up with what is actually happening right now. The Knicks are 17-10 against the top 6 teams in the East and West. They are second in the NBA with 30-plus point wins this year. They're second in the NBA with 25-plus wins this year. Shout out to Alan Hahn. He did a lot of great stuff on this the other night. In my notes, I had it written down. Both to the Thunder. They have gone out there and put together a ton of amazing performances. They are on a great stretch right now, and they lost to the Pistons, and they lost to the Cavs, and we so far think that this team is going to struggle with everybody. They have no shot against anyone. 888-808-1019. Arty in Brooklyn, what's going on, Arty?
They have no shot. I think it doesn't surprise a Knicks fan if they go out in the first round.
Arty, that is so ridiculous. What in what
How
world
is that
is
ridiculous? That? You see them play.
Arty,
Hang on a second.
Arty.
Who's
I'm going to let you finish. Arty, shut up so I can let you finish.
All right.
Jesus, dude. It's too early for this, Arty. I love you. How in the world can you come out here and say this when, one, they haven't lost in the first round since they played the Hawks? Two, how can you say that they have not been as inconsistent as you made them out to be?
They're not?
They're not.
All right. They're on a hot streak right now. I'm going to call you next week when they're losing 3 out of 5.
Arty, they haven't been on a bad streak all season.
All season.
Arty.
There was a streak where they lost like 4 out of the first 5 games in the week. 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
That's not true. Arty. You can't say things that are not true. They're 15-4 since that game they lost to the Mavs, where everyone said the season was over. Actually, that record's even better now. They're now 18-5 since that game. That's a huge chunk of the season. It makes no sense the way, and Arty, I love Arty. He's coming in hot. I was trying to let him finish, but he was coming in too hot. They're 41-23, and you guys treat them like they're a 500 team. They've gone out and handled the top teams in the conference. They're not this terrible team that you make them out to be. I could cherry pick any one stat, and outside of the Thunder, actually, no, I could probably do it with the Thunder too because they've struggled with the Spurs. I could cherry pick any one stat and make every contender look like they have a gigantic problem. But only the Knicks are given this. They're not going to beat the Pistons. They can't beat the Celtics. They can't beat the Cavs. It makes no sense to me. The Pistons lost to the Nets the other night and then got blown out by the Spurs and lost to the Cavs. But somehow, that team is unbeatable. Make it make sense. 888-808-1019. Matt in Manhattan. What's going on, Matt?
Yeah, it's not that the Pistons are unbeatable. It's that they profile as a championship contender and the Knicks do not right now.
In what way, Matt?
All right,
I'll give you this stat.
I'm going to bring it. In the modern era of the NBA, and the NBA is the only sport that is like this. I'm not saying the NFL is like this. Baseball is definitely not like this,
Matt,
but the NBA is. The point is that in the modern era of the NBA, since Michael and Jordan joined the league, teams that win championships win at least 57 games a year and come in first or second in their conference, unless you're a repeat champion.
This is the stat you're giving us, though.
It's about wins and losses, and the Knicks are not going to win 57 games this year. The Knicks are a very good team. They're just not quite there.
The Pacers went to the NBA Finals and
they
went
lost.
to Game 7, and were up before Halliburton got hurt.
And they lost.
Stop it. You're being ridiculous. They lost in Game 7. Halliburton was looking like he was about to go off. He blew his Achilles out. The Miami Heat have gone to multiple NBA Finals as the 8th seed. None of that matters. None of that matters. It is so outrageous to say that they're not going to win 57 games so they can't win an NBA title. That is, yes, I'm sure back in the day when Michael Jordan was playing against accountants, yeah, that mattered because they had the two best players maybe in the conference at the time. The Pistons have 45 wins right now. Okay? They are not a lock to win 57 games either. They just lost 3 in a row. And one of them is to the worst team maybe in the NBA. And again, I'm not really saying that means so much. If the Knicks lost the game to the Nets, you guys would not let it go. And if we want to talk numbers, the Knicks sit in the top 7 in defense. Okay. Thunder, Pistons, Spurs, all number 1, all in the top 3. Offensively, the Knicks are 3rd. Those 3 other teams, the Thunder being the closest though, do not sit in the top 7. The Pistons are barely in the top 10. If Cade Cunningham doesn't have it going, who's doing it for him? Because I can tell you this, the Knicks have a bunch of options to put points up. They have a bunch of options to play defense. And I'm sorry, a lot of you guys, older Knicks fans, all you care about is toughness. Toughness doesn't mean jack when everyone ups their intensity in the playoffs. Yeah, in February, when the Pistons are throwing elbows and bodying people, it matters. But in April and May, when the Knicks are giving it back to them, when the Celtics and Cavs are giving it back to them, how are they going to react when they get punched in the face? You guys are anointing a team that has done nothing. They are, right now, in my opinion, the best team in the Eastern Conference. The Knicks are probably going to be the odds-on favorite, according to the betting markets, going into the playoffs to win the East. Maybe the Celtics jump a little bit, but I don't think people are going to buy into Tatum coming off of an Achilles injury as something that is going to just magically give it to them. And you guys can't comprehend what I'm saying. I'm not saying the Knicks are the best team in the world. What I am saying is what you hold against the Knicks, you don't hold against the Pistons, the Celtics, the Cavs. And again, the Pistons lost to the Nets. They got blown out by the Spurs. And I don't want to hear about Cade Cunningham not playing against the Nets. It's the Brooklyn Nets. Noah Clowney and Zaire Williams putting buckets on you shouldn't happen. They lost to the Cavs, but when the Knicks lost to the Cavs, it was a big deal. They get blown out by the Spurs, a team that the Knicks have handled this year. It's a big deal. They've actually struggled with the Spurs this year, but that narrative doesn't fit this negativity. (888-808-1019). We got a lot to get to. It's too early. You guys are already, you can't call in and give me something dumb here. I'm sorry. Bring it. That's all I'm asking. We can have a cordial, and I love you guys. If I yell at you, it's not personal. Okay? I love Arty. He knows that. It's not personal. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest selection of Toyo tires, sells them all at the guaranteed lowest price, offers more free services for life than anywhere else, and Town Fair has well over 100 locations throughout New England and New York. The area's largest inventory of Toyo tires at the guaranteed lowest price, more locations, and the most free services for life. So for your next set of Toyo tires, remember, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hi, it's Alicata here for CertaPro Painters. I've been spending a lot more time at home lately, and my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is happy. For me, sometimes that can be challenging. But my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. And hey, ask about their spring sales event and get 10% off on qualifying projects.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
If you're tired of dealing with dummies every time you shop for a car, I get it. All the games they play, the back and forth, it's brutal. Well, the team over at Route 22 Toyota seem to have it figured out. There are real people who have made the entire process of buying a car simple and that smart. Plus, they're easy to get to, right on Route 22 in Hillside, New Jersey, and they're always on the money with incredible deals on their huge selection of new and used Toyota. So remember, if you're tired of dealing with dummies, get over to Route 22 Toyota and experience the smart way to buy your next vehicle.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Come on. No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Facing lymphoma, leukemia, or myeloma, John Thurr Cancer Center at Hackensack and Jersey Shore University Medical Centers offers pioneering life-saving options. Hi, I'm Dr. Michelle Donato, head of the state's largest, most experienced CAR T-cell program, a treatment empowering your immune system to fight cancer. For personalized quality care in Hackensack or Neptune from the state's best cancer program, call 833-CANCER-MD.
Hey sports fans, when it's game time, it's Tully time. Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey. During the big games this season, toast your friends and your team with a Dew and a brew. At home or at your favorite sports bar. Because when it's game time, it's Tully time. Glasses up to enjoying Tullamore Dew responsibly. 40% alcohol by volume. William Grant & Sons, New York, New York.
Talk sports with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle on The Carton Show. Afternoons from 2 to 7 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
PM. The weather is getting nicer. We got baseball on. The weather's getting nicer. It's almost that time of the year. The greatest season of all the seasons. I guess I'm not just spring, but nice weather in New York City. Nothing brings a smile to my face. I was out here making my way downtown, walking fast. It was like I was in my own TV show today with the way the weather was. But, I'm trying to lighten the mood up here. You guys... And just the way people come in here, and you will pick apart anything to try and make it seem like this Knicks team is somehow flawed. Arty saying Knicks fans wouldn't be shocked if they lost in the first round. They lost in the first round. that would be the biggest failure outside of the Mets choking away what they choked away last year. That'd be the biggest failure in New York sports in some time. A first-round loss like that. And again, I'm not even telling you that a loss to the Nets or the Cavs or the Spurs should just tell people they can't count on the Pistons. It's just funny that if the shoe was on the other foot and that was the Knicks, you guys would be telling me, well, this is a reason why they can't beat Team X or Team Y or get to the NBA Finals. The Knicks struggle with the Pistons in the regular season. Also, if you tell me Cade Cunningham was out against the Nets, that's why they lost. Well, no one gave the Knicks the benefit of the doubt when Cat, OG, and Alvarado were out against the Pistons, two matchups ago against the Pistons. And I'm not saying everyone gets hurt. Everyone has that excuse. But that's the inconsistency I'm talking about. Now, if you want to pick apart things that scare you about the Knicks, Mikal Bridges is inconsistency. OG's timid play offensively at times. Cat's unwillingness, it feels like at times, to take over games. That is more fine. But if you're only going to point to the Pistons are too good or they're never going to beat the Cavs, that's a mute argument to me. It is. 888-808-1019. John in Staten Island. What's going on, John?
Yo, Anthony, love you.
I love you.
You're amazing. John. I love you. But I got to pause here. The Knicks are trash. I've loved the Knicks my entire life.
Okay, John.
All right. Okay. No,
I'm not. I know, John. I got you. I'm
what you're talking about.
I'm letting you get to your point.
All right. They're trash. There is nothing about this team where you go, oh my God, they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it. We don't have any of that.
In what way, though, John?
Suck.
In what way, John?
Dude, Anthony.
John, you got to give me something more than just they're trash and they don't fit your vibes check.
Okay.
Because the reality is they're an elite offensive team. They're a very good defensive team.
An elite offensive team with a center who is just doesn't show up.
Well, he showed up over the last 10 games. He's been showing up. So keep going.
Great in the regular season.
But John,
love that.
John,
yeah.
What has any other team done in the playoffs this year? Because the playoffs haven't started. You're taking crazy pills. I'm losing my mind. You guys are imbeciles. They don't fit the vibe check. The center doesn't show up only over the last 10 games as we're getting the crunch time. The Pistons have done nothing in their history with Cade Cunningham in the playoffs, but they somehow have it. Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, playoff failures, but they somehow have it. You gotta be better than that. You don't like Cat. He's not Charles Oakley. He's not Anthony Mason. You're 27 years old, John. You saw none of them play. And it's 2026. It's a new NBA. I don't care if Isaiah Stewart starts a fight in the postseason. I mean, in the regular season. What are you going to do when you get punched in the face in round one of the playoffs? And I can tell you this much, this Knicks team has experience. They've won multiple playoff series. They went to the Eastern Conference Finals last year. The Pistons have done squat. The Cavs have done squat. It can't be like that. You can't just call in and just say stuff. The vibes don't fit. They're trash because they don't have it. Who has it then? The number 3 offensive rated team in the league when they haven't even gotten a full year of consistency at a Cat. You can't tell me that they somehow are trash. Defensively, all I hear about is how bad of a defensive team they are. They're the worst defensive team in the league. Over the last 21 games, they have the best defensive rating in the entire NBA. Per 100 possessions, they're allowing just 103 points a game. And for the over 50 crowd, that's really good in 2026. Because the pace of play is not 3 shots every 24 possessions. That's obviously a joke. I'm exaggerating. What are the Cavs going to do? What have the Cavs done to tell you that team? And again, you could tell me you think they're better, but to act like this Knicks team has no shot, that's my issue with this entire conversation, is so many of you delusional Knicks fans. Maybe it's because it's, the season's changing and you're all depressed and you haven't left your house in months and it's been snowing and raining. But you delusional Knicks fans that think that this team is somehow terrible, flawed, cannot compete with the top of the NBA, which they have all season. You guys are imbeciles. Thank you. They have the best defense for a month now, over a month, in the league. They are better defensively than they were a year ago. They are deeper defensively than they were a year ago. I'd argue in the Eastern Conference, they have the most defensive talent in the league. Yes, their 2-star players are deficient there. They're the only guys on their team that play minutes that cannot defend. OG and Mikhail are elite defenders. Josh Hart and Sohan and Miles McBride and if McBride's healthy, and Jose Alvarado are very good defenders. Diawara looks like he's turning into a great defender. Mitchell Robinson, one of the best defenders out of any out of any center in the league. He is just as good a defender, in my opinion, as a guy like Rudy Gobert. He cannot play. He doesn't have the longevity of a guy like Rudy Gobert. He has not shown the ability to be able to play, 35 minutes a night. And I think that's where the difference is. Offensively, they go out there. Brunson is a walking bucket. He is a proven clutch player. Cat, when he is putting it together, and offensively has been inconsistent this year, but the effort is there on the board. So I've given it a pass at this point. Over the last 10 games, he's been a beast on the boards, and he's at least putting in the effort defensively. Offensively, when Cat's going, there's not a better person in the Eastern Conference at that position that could score the bucket outside of Joel Embiid. And you guys aren't worried about Joel Embiid because he can't stay on the court. OG, Mikhail can put up points. So what exactly is so wrong about this team, but so right about the Pistons and the Cavs and the Celtics? The Western Conference teams, I think the Thunder are by far the best team in the entire NBA. But you know what? You don't have to worry about them until the NBA Finals. I don't want to hear about your vibes. I don't want to hear about what it was like in the 90s to win a title. Bring it. Because your narrative does not fit reality. This team has as good a shot at making the NBA Finals as any team in the Eastern Conference. They're one of the 4 best teams in the NBA. 888-808-1019. Dan in New Jersey. What's going on, Dan?
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on, brother?
All the back and forth of this, it doesn't matter. Because when the playoffs happen, it comes down to the health of the team, and the injuries matter.
That is fair.
So if Cade goes down, they're done. They're nothing. And let's put this apples to apples, because this is what I'm thinking. Let's compare. If Brunson and Cade go down, the Knicks have the depth and superstars to carry this team.
Thank you, Dan.
Let's get to the playoffs. Let's see what happens. The Knicks have the depth to go head-to-head with anyone. They barely lost to the Thunder. They dominated the Spurs. They can go with anyone.
And Dan, just to prove your point, when the Pistons don't have Cade Cunningham, they lose to the Nets. So Cade Cunningham, most valuable player in the Eastern Conference, does not mean the Pistons are the 96 Bulls. Without Cade Cunningham.
To be fair, though,
the
only thing I was just telling my son, my 9-year-old's in the car right now, too.
Tell him I'm sorry for yelling. Tell him I'm a very happy person.
Yeah. No, I know. I said he's pretty mad. But let me just say, the one thing we were talking about is I'd actually be a little nervous when you have leadership of the Cavs having Harden and Mitchell right now, and the Celtics now having Tatum and Brown together. So you got like if a Brunson goes down, you have a team. But if Harden goes down or Mitchell goes down, you still have that leader on that team. Now Harden, I don't think is going to do anything.
And I also think that I get your point though. There is like Jason Tatum, and I appreciate the call, Dan. Jason Tatum, even if he was ineffective but playing 15 to 20 minutes a night, giving you 10 to 15 points, whatever it is, he has a level of experience, leadership, and whatnot to help these guys in moments, that be almost like an on-court coach. And I'm not comparing him to Peyton Manning, but like the best way I can describe it is, Peyton Manning winning the Super Bowl with the Broncos, or Tom Brady at the end of his career where he maybe struggled at times, and not being as good. And that's not where Tatum is. I'm just trying to put it where like the injury is hampering him. Being able to add a level of experience and adult, for lack of a better terms, having an adult in the room there. But that Celtics team doesn't need leadership. They have Jaylen Brown, who's one of the best players in the NBA. And if anything, they scare me the most. Now, I still think the Knicks would beat them in a 7-game series right now. I really feel that way. But they scare me the most because of the know-how of everyone in that locker room. Pritchard, White, Brown, Jason Tatum, like guys who have been there before. Now, losing Vucevic, again, to Dan's point, is a gigantic injury. I will say this. If the Cavs lost Donovan Mitchell, James Harden is not the scorer he once was that would carry a team through multiple rounds of the playoffs. If Cade Cunningham goes down, this Pistons team is a lottery team. Now, Cade, again, I think Cade is the MVP in the league right now. But there's no contender in the league that I think just one guy goes down and they're that bad. The Thunder could lose SGA for a little bit, and they'd still be they wouldn't be the best team in the league. They'd still be one of the more competitive teams in all of basketball. The Spurs, they're still a playoff team, I think. But if they lost Wemby, they're a play-in team at best. Who is the secondary bucket getter for the Pistons? Duncan Robinson is a corner three-point shooter, spot-up shooter. Tobias Harris is Tobias Harris. He's a role player. Jalen Duran, very good player. A guy I've always loved and respected in the NBA. He's not carrying an offense on his back. Dennis Jenkins, awesome story, St. John's alum. He was on a 10-day contract in the middle of the season this year. Ronald Hollins Young, they don't have that guy on their team that's carrying them. So I can't sit here and act like they're just unbeatable. I've also seen teams dominate the regular season that were fraudulent. And this is not to say that I think the regular season doesn't mean anything, because it does. I do think you could gain experience and you could do things that you could rely on come playoff time that are going to matter. But what the Knicks and Pistons facing off in the regular season does means nothing come the postseason. The record against a specific opponent means nothing come the postseason because it goes out the window. Because all you have to do is win the 4 games in that series, and that's all that matters. Your style of play matters, sure. But another thing that I value less in the regular season than I do in the postseason is how tough somebody can be. Because the Pistons are out-toughing everybody, sure. The Spurs that time are out-toughing everybody. But what happens when the teams that are going through it and know they have to be ready come postseason time decide now you're going to get 110% every single minute, and you're going to have elbows in your throat, and you're going to have bodies thrown at you every second, and hands are going to be on your hip, and the calls are going to just not only be in your favor, they're going to be in the other team's favor as well. So when you get rewarded in the regular season for your hard play, both teams are getting rewarded for that in the postseason. The whistle gets swallowed a little bit. So what are you going to do when you haven't had to deal with that all year? These are the things that I need to see from a Pistons team that's played one playoff series together. And for the Cavs, do I think this is their best shot in the Donovan Mitchell era to get to the finals? Sure. Even with the way that they played last year, sure. But they are also a team that has 2 guys leading them and a core of guys who have not done it before. They have a core of guys on that squad that have not necessarily been big-time players. They lost to the Knicks in that series. And then the year after that, they struggled with the Magic before losing again the next year to the Celtics. And last year, they lose to the Pacers. There's only one team, and I know I'm making a joke about it, but it is kind of true. There's only one team in the NBA or in the Eastern Conference that if they were in the postseason would terrify me, and that's the Indiana Pacers. Because they have had their way with this Knicks team now for 2 years. Even without Tyrese Halliburton, they beat them a few weeks ago. But to reiterate, if you're going to complain about their defense over the last 21 games, they have the best defensive rating in the league. Or per 100, they have it in the best in the league. And they are clearing by 3 points the next closest team. 103 points per 100 possessions. The next closest team, the Spurs, who rank second, are at 106.9. Offensively, they've been one of the best teams in the entire league all season. They've on a smaller sample size. Over the last 15 games, they are tied for second in defensive rating. Offensively for the year, just to show the level of consistency, even within their inconsistencies offensively. Even with guys like McHale and OG and Cat not being 100% consistent every night offensively, they have gone out there and still been one of the 3 best teams in the league offensively. And with the good defense, their offensive, their pace has gone down, their points per game has gone down, but they are still a dominant offensive team. The Nuggets are 1 at 120. Celtics, 119.9. And that is incredible when you consider not having Tatum all year. They are a high-volume three-point shooting team. They've always been that. That's the other level here. The Knicks are a versatile offensive team. They've shown the ability to get buckets at all 3 levels. Post, mid-range, from range. Or, 3-point. I just thought it sounded cooler. Rosie's rolling his eyes at me. You're taking crazy pills! It's the truth. You're all on crazy pills.
Doesn't this really just come down to...
If you're going to tell me the regular season doesn't matter, I'm going to choke you. There's a lot of reasons why I want to choke you.
They have to perform when it matters most, just like every single team. And
Rosie,
that's
yes. But my point is, you are right. You're not a Knicks fan, so you aren't in this delusional crazy pill conversation. You are right.
They're one of the 4 best teams in the East. They have a 25% chance to make the finals.
I just want to ask you this as a somebody who doesn't have a dog in this fight. Yes, but doesn't that go for the Cavs, the Celtics, and the Pistons as well?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
It goes to everyone. It doesn't matter. And this is why when people overreact to wins and losses in meaningless regular season games.
You are a nihilist. You are what's his name from Big Lebowski. That's who you are. Nothing matters. I'm surprised you wear a lot of colors.
It's accurate, by the way.
You should be wearing black. You know what I mean? Like the nihilists. I forgot what his name is in the Big Lebowski.
It's accurate. None of this. The Knicks are going to make the playoffs. We all know that.
My point is, why is it that only Knicks fans only talk about that with the Knicks? And they somehow, a Pistons team that is inexperienced.
Because Knicks fans don't care about the Pistons. Knicks fans care about their team. Their team that failed last season. The team failed and they didn't change anything.
Rosie, the conversation always revolves around not what the Knicks can't do. It's what they can't do because of the Pistons and because of the Cavs and because of the Celtics.
Because
that's where it misses the mark.
Because most New York sports fans are inherently negative. And that is
I don't think that's true.
That they're inherently negative in most New York sports fans. Because we've never won anything. We haven't won anything.
I don't think that's true.
We have had 15 years of failure in this city.
I think there is an age gap. I think the Knicks fan that is 35 and younger is inherently more positive. I think that Yankee fans cry all offseason. Then the season starts, and they are a more positive, fun bunch to be around. Jet fans, when they were not even good, but just less bad than they are now, are more fun to be around. I'd rather deal with a delusional, we're the 86 Bears defense Jets fan than nothing is ever going to change Jet fan.
Nothing is ever going to change.
Giant fans are not negative. I don't think Giant fans are negative. I think Met fans are negative. I think older Knicks fans are the most negative bunch ever.
I don't know if they're the most negative bunch ever, but again, I think most Knicks fans want to see it when it matters, and I think there's some Knicks fans that are
I want to see it when it matters for everyone.
They're curious on how Mike Brown is going to perform in a big spot.
Which he's, done it before.
He's done it before, but not recently.
But,
again, I think
in the inconsistencies, Tibbs never did it.
The health of the team, because they know that if Jalen Brunson goes down, then there's not
and
that
if
much.
Cade Cunningham, there's a lot more than
but I don't
the
care
Cavs.
about.
No, but you're
focus
missing.
on the Knicks.
Focus
on the Knicks.
No. You are missing my point. And you know what? I take it back. I give you credit, and I got to take it back. You're missing my point. Take any singular player in the league outside of maybe the Celtics. This is where I say that the Celtics are probably the biggest threat to the Knicks. If Cade Cunningham goes down, the Pistons are putrid. If Donovan Mitchell goes down, the Cavs are a play-in team. If Jalen Brunson isn't there, the Knicks are still set up better than those other two teams to compete because they have an elite two-way player in OG Anunoby. They have one of the best offensive players when he's on in Karl Anthony Towns. Mikal Bridges has proven that he is a talented player.
We know he has talent. He just doesn't show it the majority of the time.
Who on the Pistons is showing you anything? Duncan Robinson, career role player. Tobias Harris, who was almost out of the league 2 years ago.
Sometimes you have the right mix of players, and it's possible that it's happening with the Pistons right now.
Not in this sport. That's not how this works. The Pistons are closer to the 2001 Sixers than they are the 90s Bulls.
Does it? Wait, all right. Let's just be real about it.
1019. Back to the calls we go. Notch in Connecticut.
2 years ago. Hey, yes, this is Notch.
What up, Notch?
Yes, I'm a 52-year-old Knicks fan, lifelong. And the one thing I want to say is crazy how the other Knicks fans look at this because I worry more about Boston. Just like any playoff team. But we've Houston and
Notch, I got to let you go. I think he was going to agree with me there, and I think I was going to be wrong about the older Knicks fan. Notch sounded like he was calling from the Matrix, though, so we had to let him go. I'm sorry. Notch, if you could call back and we could test your line a little bit off air, we will put you back on. Josh at Danberry, what's going on, Josh?
Hey, what's going on? Just calling in, my first time calling in.
What up, Josh? I appreciate it, dude.
Yeah, no problem. So actually, I'm a Nets fan. I used to go to. I'm a lifelong Brooklyn, New Jersey /Nets fan. But
Good.
my whole
I respect that.
But my whole family, though, everybody else is Knicks fans. So I'm always around the Knicks news and paying attention to them when I'm not really trying to. But I've been listening. I just wanted to offer just an outside perspective of. I think the Knicks, obviously they're contenders, especially in the East and stuff. But the three main things that worry me about them is one. When they play teams that, are kind of inferior or aren't favored against them, I kind of feel like they kind of play down to their competition because there's no reason the Pistons should have took them 6 games last year. There's no reason the Pacers should have beaten them last year and the year before that. I thought they were better teams than that. But, yeah, unless they're playing like a team like the Celtics, I kind of feel like they play down to them. And then my second point is that Karl Anthony Towns, he always worries me with the early, stupid fouls and stuff.
That is a fear of mine.
Yeah, and that can obviously, wreck a game, especially with him being the main contributor to the team. And then third, like I said, I pay attention to the Knicks because my family, but I'm more in tune with the Brooklyn Nets and stuff. But
of course,
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if Mitchell Robinson has he improved his free throws because. I remember last year.
That's not what's going to hold him back. I mean, and Josh, don't hang up, Josh, because I have a non-Knicks related question for you. But I don't think that's. I mean, also to be fair, I'm not banking on him hitting free throws. He did end up hitting his free throws in the playoffs, kind of like that old Shaq saying that he hit it when it mattered. Josh, Danberry's in Connecticut.
Yeah.
So how did you become a Nets fan?
Oh, well, no, I moved to Danbury when I was in the 5th grade.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm from upstate New York, but the school I went to, they would always give us free tickets to Continental Airlines Arena, and then when they moved down to Newark, New Jersey, we used to get free tickets all the time. So
that makes sense.
Yeah.
I was confused because normally I always associate Connecticut like Central Jersey, where you're either you're a Boston or a New York fan. So
it is.
I was shocked that you were a Nets fan.
Western Connecticut, they're more, New York sports teams, but once you go east and north, that's all, Boston Celtics, Patriots, all of that. So yeah, it's split in half.
Yeah, Dan, I mean, Josh, I appreciate the call, man. I said Dan because of Danberry. Listen, that I'm okay with. If you're going to give me actual reasons why it can't be the vibes are off, or you tell me something that you think is true and isn't true. Like they can't be good teams. They have all season. They don't play defense. They have. Now, well, the other thing too is it's funny. I grew up in Central Jersey. Brooklyn kid, moved to Central Jersey, moved back to New York. But Central Jersey, I always feel like is the truest part of New Jersey because it's where you get the Devils fans. It's where you got Nets fans when they were in New Jersey, Rutgers, whatnot. So I was confused at first why New York. I actually feel like too when I got to the station, I met more. I was shocked at how many people. Evan, Billy Giacalone, the Nets fans that grew up in New York. 888-808-1019. Eric in Riverdale. What's going on, Eric?
What's happening, Anthony? How you doing, brother?
What's going on, my guy?
I'm out in Rivervale now in New Jersey, but grew up in Connecticut, so I can explain it to you this way. If you're east of New Haven or north of Hartford, you're a Patriots fan, you're in New England. If you're south of that, you could be a bit of both. Tri-State area, Fairfield County, Litchfield County.
Right.
You're going to be a New York sports fan for sure. So at any rate, on these Knicks, I couldn't agree with you more. I was losing my mind with some of these earlier callers, just like you were. When I hear a caller call the New York Knicks trash,
it's just unbelievable.
I don't even understand what to say to somebody like that. It's so insane. To me, you look at the record against the West right now, which everybody says is better than the East, which I completely disagree with, but be that as it may, they look great against those West Coast teams.
Yep.
Okay, fine. They haven't looked great against Detroit. The same thing happened last year with Boston in the regular season, and we saw how that played out in the playoffs.
Yep.
The playoffs are what matter. The regular season does not speak to how good this team is, and you can see the Knicks, when the Knicks are at their best, when they're at the healthiest, and when they play both sides of the ball, defense and offense, like they did against Denver the other night, they're hard to beat. There's nobody that's going to beat them when they play like that.
Yes.
140 points against Denver, and then you've got Jokic coming out, who everybody says is the best player in the NBA, arguably, comes out and says how talented this Knicks team is and that they are a championship team.
Wemby.
That's from Jokic. Wemby said the same thing. This team, and I get the frustration because you can see them also look terrible at times where you're like, what team is this? Right. But for the most part, for me, when it comes to the playoffs, this team is experienced. And yeah, I also agree. Boston is the team that concerns me. It's not Detroit. It's not Cleveland. Boston worries me with Tatum, even 70, 80% of Tatum. That team makes me nervous.
Because they've been there before. And Eric, great call. I appreciate you. They've been there before, and they also are getting Tatum back. My thing is, it's tough for me to envision Tatum getting to 100% before having to play the Knicks. The other thing with Boston, they do scare me. But if Boston doesn't hit their shots, they are an easy opponent for the Knicks. They still scare me more than the Pistons do. They scare me more than the Cavs do. 888-808-1019. We'll get back to your calls. We'll continue the next conversation. We're getting a lot more to get to. Giants rumors, Jets rumors, Mets and Yankees, spring training, WBC, all that right here on The Fan.
When the bullpen door opens, when the bracket busts, when the pick is in, and when news breaks in New York sports, there is only one place for the true diehards. 101.9 FM WFAN. And always streaming live on the iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and Odyssey apps.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love. And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
Hi, it's Alicata here for Soda Pro Painters. I've been spending a lot more time at home lately, and my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is happy. For me, sometimes that can be challenging. But my friends at Soda Pro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at Soda Pro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. And hey, ask about their spring sales event and get 10% off on qualifying projects.
Each Soda Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
866-323-7529. 250 Pele, Saddlebrook. Diana Magala, licensed in New York and New Jersey. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. I've spent years on the field learning what really matters most: reliability, consistency, and trust. That's why I love Red Pocket Mobile. You choose from 3 major 5G networks, plans start at just $10 a month, and stay there. Plus real customer care answers in under 2 minutes. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Diving for that grounder got you grounded? Oof. We've got specialists for that. Layup, take you down? We've got specialists for that. With 45 Castle Connolly top doctors, Orland & Cohen specialists are considered among the best in the nation by their peers, which can mean a better outcome for you. From Staten Island to Southampton, our network is open 7 days a week, so you can feel better, faster. Visit OrlandCohen.com.
Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey. When it's game time, it's Tully time. Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons Incorporated, New York, New York.
If you're tired of dealing with dummies every time you shop for a car, I get it. All the games they play, the back and forth, it's brutal. Well, the team over at Route 22 Toyota seem to have it figured out. They're real people who have made the entire process of buying a car simple and that smart. Plus, they're easy to get to, right on Route 22 in Hillside, New Jersey, and they're always on the money with incredible deals on their huge selection of new and used Toyota. So remember, if you're tired of dealing with dummies, get over to Route 22 Toyota and experience the smart way to buy your next vehicle.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-4094.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk New York
Sports. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. New York City, the greatest city in the world. Got a lot to get to today, but I want to continue this Knicks conversation. Sorry. You want to talk about the Nets? Nets did beat the Pistons, though, but we can't talk about that as a negative for the Pistons because they didn't have Cade Cunningham. I think the Knicks could lose Cat and Brunson and would still handle the Nets.
The Nets still in the league?
The Nets are still in the league, and they're beating the Cavs and the Pistons. Sorry, Celtics beat the Cavs, but that doesn't mean anything either. The Spurs have handled the Pistons. That doesn't mean anything either because the Knicks were not involved in those losses. 888-808-1019. Steve and Danberry. A lot of Danberry calling in today. Danberry representing.
Andy, what's going on?
What's going on, dude?
Not much. I quick two-part question. I called Francesa back in 2019. I'm sure you remember that NBA draft, John Morant, Zion Williamson, 1-2.
Right. Uh-huh.
Okay. I called Francesa. I said, who would you take back in 2019? He goes, I take John Morant all day long.
Yeah.
Zion's going to break down his body, right? If you had to pick, knowing what you know now, who would you have picked, Ja or Zion? And if the Knicks would have gotten that number 1 draft pick back in 2019 and took in Zion and or John Morant, would have they been different in New York with their careers? What are your thoughts?
I mean, that draft went from one that we thought was going to be an all-time great to being a dud.
Yep.
I would still have taken Zion. I still just think that, Zion's problem is he can't stay healthy, but when he's out there, he's an elite player. John Morant, I don't know. Do I think that maybe Tibbs' leadership changes the way he handles things? He's clearly a talent.
Right.
I don't know, though. The Knicks kind of made
But you have the baggage with John Morant. You got the baggage.
Yeah, but I don't know if that baggage is I think it's a little overblown. Because remember, it's not like he broke the law. What he did was immature and stupid, and I appreciate the call, Steve. He didn't break the law. And if I'm pretty sure in Tennessee, you have the right to carry. So, it's a bad look, yeah. That draft is awful. The Knicks might have been the team that won that draft. And then after that, it's R.J. Barrett, DeAndre Hunter, Darius Garland, Jarrett Culver, Kobe White. Guys like Tyler Hero got taken in that draft. I'm going through real quick. I want to see if there's anyone that was nobody in that draft I really like. Bad draft. Undrafted. Let's go do that real quick as we just derail the conversation. Lou Dort, undrafted in that year. Maybe the best player in that draft. 888-808-1019. Mike in Brooklyn. What's going on, Mike?
Tony Bag of Donuts. What's going on? How's everything, brother?
According to Chris Olivero, he has trademarked Tony Gallo. So now if I even want to use Tony Gallo, I got to pay money. So
interesting. And you work with the Renaissance man, huh? You guys.
Nobody loves himself more than Paul Rosenberg loves himself. Paul Rosenberg is our Josh Hart at the station. What's going on though, Mike?
The glue. Nah, nothing much. Listen, I was going to what do you call it? I wanted to, because I know you and I spoke for the last year or whatever. I wanted to send you guys something to eat. The problem is you can't, what do you call it? The problem is sending there. You send one of the Grub Hubs or whatever. Then it's like they got to go to the front or whatever.
Well,
so
it's also
Rosie,
impossible now because there's only two of us here. There's nobody else here. It's a vacant building. So, new times, it's tough to send things. But you had a Knicks and Celtics point?
Oh, yeah. No, but I told Rosie that, what do you call it? I'll take you guys out one of these nights, whatever. So get my number or I'll text you, whatever. So, yeah, Knicks and Celtics. As far as the Celtics, Tatum coming back, dude, he looked a lot better than I thought he was going to be, and he played a lot more minutes than I thought he was going to be.
Yeah, I mean, they won again today, too.
Yeah, I know. And then I think they could be trouble, and I still think Detroit could be trouble for them as well, even the Cavs. Like, I don't think it's an easy walk like everybody thought it was going to be at the beginning of the year.
I'm not saying it's an easy walk. I also think, Mike, I also think what you're saying is totally fine. I don't think you're approaching it the way a lot of Knicks fans are, where they've just completely written the Knicks off.
No, not at all. I definitely think they have a great chance, but the problem is I think that it's not going to be it's not a cakewalk.
No, I don't think it is either.
What I'm saying. Yeah, the majority of people did. And then just the last point with the Mets, I know you and I, what do you call it? It's funny because you came up with the 86, I came up with the 85 because we were both at 86. But what do you think about the pitching staff? I'm still not, even with Peralta at the top, I like Peralta. I don't love Peralta.
My fears are not the starting pitching. My fears is the bullpen. And everyone keeps pushing back on it that they are, I read these articles and all these people that are very confident about the Mets pitching staff. Bullpen. That's where my fear is. We're a year removed from Devin Williams and Luke Weaver not being enough for the Yankees, but now all of a sudden we think they're enough for the Mets. And I do like the middle innings more than I did a year ago, but it's how you closing games. How are you getting to the 27th out? That scares me.
I agree. And I think with the Williams thing, because the whole narrative is Alonso, snatched his soul with home run. You know what? A lot of people, and I think Harvey from Dixfield says that every now and then, and I agree with him 100%. 2 years ago, he had 2 stress fractures in his back. Yeah. And he's never been the same ever since then. So, that. And
I also think, and Mike, great call. I appreciate the call. I also think that he is not a closer. We have, and I want to dive deeper into the Mets stuff a little later too, but when you look at Devin Williams' career, it's not like he was a career closer. 2022, I think, is the year that the Brewers ended up trading Josh Hader, and he stepped into that closer role. And he was good. He was very good. And he dealt with injuries, all that. Yeah, so it was 2022 was the year that Hader got traded to the Padres. So that year, he finished 21 games. The year after, he finished 49 games. Awesome. Very great year for him. The year after that was the year he was hurt, came back, the blown save against Alonso. He finished 19 games. And then last year finished 29 games, and for 2/3 of the season, or sorry. The last 2/5 of the season, I want to say, or the last third of the season, he was relegated to the 7th, 8th inning, which he's very good at, and he got better as that went along. And the stress factors thing is a good point. That is something that can stick with you. That's where my biggest. I'm not saying I love the pitching staff. I could see I could see the pitching staff with Peralta and McClain being the top 2 guys being good enough to get this team into a contender position. I could see the offense being good enough to be a contender. I don't see the bullpen. I don't see the vision that Stearns has. I like the Luis Garcia adding, Brooks Raley, as much as a question mark as some of these guys are, I like having Brooks Raley and AJ Minter and Brazoban and whoever from the rotation is going to end up in the bullpen. I like that, but the 8th, 9th inning, high leverage, how are you getting the 27 outs? That's my biggest fear. And we went from having an automatic high leverage 9th inning guy in Edwin Diaz to now praying we have that. And I thought the Devin Williams move was him coming in to set up Edwin Diaz. I never actually thought Edwin Diaz was ever going to leave. And he did. John in New Jersey, what's going on, John? John, are you there? All right, I'm going to put John on hold. Let's go out to Mark in Huntington. What's going on, Mark?
Yeah, how you doing, Anthony? I'm calling because I couldn't stand listening to all those callers bashing the Knicks. They're a much better team than they were. They're deeper. Besides their 2 stars, the rest of the guys coming on the floor, elite defenders, two-way players.
Thank you.
You see Brunson diving on the floor against the Thunder and taking charges. Hey, not worried about Brunson.
I'm never worried about him. I would run through a wall for Jalen Brunson.
Cat. The difference between the Knicks winning the East and not is Cat getting his 3rd foul in the 2nd quarter. He's got to just stay out of foul trouble.
Mark, this is very fair.
He's handled this whole non-trade thing as well as you can. He wants to win. He doesn't want to be anywhere else. He wants to win with the Knicks. He's fine. He just got to stay out of foul trouble.
Well, and I actually think, and thank you for the call, Mark. Great call. I actually think Cat responded to what happened, as stupid as it was. It wasn't stupid, but I was bothered by the way Cat answered it. But since that Shaquille O'Neal conversation on ESPN after the game, where Shaq was trying to give him a layup, essentially, and it was very big on he was trying to be good to his teammates, which I respect, but at times you have to show up and kind of exude the confidence that we want to see. I think he's responded since that day very well. I think he has his fouls have not changed. He's still struggled to keep the fouls down as far as that goes. And let me see if I can find the game. I think it was I don't remember which game it was. It might have been the Houston game. I can't remember. But he's had, let's just go, since the loss to the Pistons, he's had 25-7, 28-11, 14-7 against the Cavs, which is bad. 17-13, 12-14, 21-12, 17-17, and 17-13. The fouls have been a problem in that stretch, but he has really stepped his game up. Really, since the beginning of February, he's been a lot better. Again, he's got like 5 games where he's had 5 or more fouls, which is a problem. And it is a fear. You know, we saw it last year at times where he'd go out there and we're looking at him being out the entire second quarter because he's got 3-4 fouls already. And I think that an underrated thing, as he said, he doesn't worry about Jalen Brunson. Brunson has struggled to shoot the ball recently. He's got 15 assists in his last 2 games per game, 30 assists overall. So he is finding ways to impact the game when his shot isn't falling. He's also, again, not the greatest defender. He leads the league in charges taken. Should have another one in that Thunder game, but that's a whole other conversation, and I hate complaining about the refs in that instant. Save that for Bills fans. They have shown, and this is the other thing with Cat, as I talk about Brunson's ability to impact the game when his shot's not falling. All I've been asking from Cat, because offensively, I know he's talented, the shots aren't falling for him. All I've been asking from Cat is to show more effort on the glass, and he has done that. He's led the league in rebounding for the majority of the year, and it still felt like he's left a lot to be desired, and I'm seeing the effort. I'm seeing him not just getting rebounds on easy, fast-paced, transitional plays, but he's doing it when he's having the battle for position and he's having to fight through screens and all of that. He's at least impacting the glass. Because if you limit second chance opportunities and you maximize your second chance opportunities, that is a winning formula in the NBA. What happened against the Celtics, where we were getting so many second chance opportunities, is what killed us the last 2 years against the Pacers. Was Miles Turner, Pascal Siakam, whoever you want to name, Benedict Mathurin, were getting all these offensive rebounds, all these effort plays were going in their direction. The 50-50 balls were going in their direction, and we're hurting the Knicks. 888-808-1019. Spike in St. Petersburg. What's going on, Spike?
You're good, Gallo. I'm an old man, man. I've been calling for 50 years. You're really good on hoops. First of all, let me make it correct. No, you're really good. They call me an OG or whatever that means, old garbage. Anyway, first of all, I got to correct you.
Spike, that was good.
It's fine. Listen, Miles Turner, first of all, is a horrible offensive rebound. He shoots threes. He came out of Texas after Durant and Oldbridge.
Right.
I'm a basketball.
No. I agree with you on that, but he did kill the Knicks in the playoffs last year on the offensive glass.
Look, I'm not going to. Look, I like you, and I think you're sharp as attack. One thing, I sent you a couple of tweets. If you read them, so be it. And I told Paulie the same thing. Don't let a 27-year-old wet behind the ears moron try and ruin your role where you have a 9-year-old kid in the car getting affected. You can't. And you're good. You're really good. Every time you're on, I catch you. You know your hoops. The Knicks are going to get out of the East. First of all, Missoula is the second best coach in the East. He fell asleep in the playoffs. But we can't spot the Celtics 20 games at home again.
No, that's fair. And Spike, I think Missoula struggled to deal with Mitchell Robinson last year. I don't think he calculated for that impact.
Anthony, Mitchell Robinson and Cat. The Knicks have absolutely the best offensive positional rebounding in the league. What I mean by positional on offense, when you get the ball, they got 5 out. They can just shoot it out or shoot it in. Mitchell Robinson, here's the catch with Mitchell Robinson. You know this for your listeners. Hopefully there's more and more to come. I hope I live long enough that you're a star. Here's what I see. Mitchell Robinson played 35 games last year, 18 in the playoffs, 17 in the regular season. They've kept him on a great medical management program this year. Nobody can handle him, and there's no back-to-backs in the playoffs. The Celtics are going to be the problem. Cleveland may be Harden will fold like a cheap camera in the third round. We know that. He was 0 for 27. So bottom line, I really like you. I'm going to stay with you through the whole playoffs. I'm old. I'll be 80 years old. But I was at both championships, and I tell my kids and grandkids, stop worrying about me. I got some issues, but I'm going to see another one in your lifetime. It's either this year or next year.
That's what I'm talking about, Spike. That's what I'm talking about. I appreciate the call.
Right now. How old are you, 30?
34.
All right. You're going to see it now. Before your 35th birthday, you're going to have to wait a year. Because what I see the problem is with the Knicks, when Deuce comes, I love Deuce as a football player. I follow football in West Virginia.
Yes.
He had little Ivis in him, but the core injury is going to keep him out. Don't rush him back. Sochan, I'm not sure yet, but 1 through 8, they're set. They'll win the boards. They'll keep the turn. I think the Knicks and turnovers are very, very low this year. And don't worry about the West so much, man.
No, you don't have to worry about the Western Conference till you get there. I appreciate the call, Spike. Great call. That was therapeutic. He had a very calming voice. I appreciated that. And he's right. Miles Turner is not a great offensive rebounder, but to put it into perspective, Siakam at 17, Miles Turner at 16, Isaiah Jackson had 10, and Aaron Naismith had 9. So they were, I guess I valued how much Benedict Mathurin last year rebounded. This doesn't really, maybe this is only the top 14. This is from last year, right? Or is this from 2 years ago? This is the wrong year. Whoops. Well, that was, so to my point, though, the offensive rebounds the first time against the Pacers killed them.
You guys are imbeciles.
Thank you, Paul. Last year. So that was 2 years ago. So maybe I'm even mixing up Pacer series. But to the point, not Miles Turner focused, the Pacers killed them on the boards last year offensively, and those second chance points is what really hurt them. And Obi Toppin, Tony Bradley, these guys it was frustrating that everyone was getting involved on it, and the Knicks struggled to put together that effort on the glass in that series. But it also, Mitchell Robinson, one of the best offensive rebounders in the league, the way Cat has rebounded the last 20 games or so, they really could benefit for that going into the postseason and beyond. Oh, we got a lot more to get to. I got you all the way till 7 o'clock until the great Lori Rubenstein is on air right here on The Fan. Anthony Gallo, 888-808-1019 is the conversation starter, the way to get in on the conversation. We got a lot more to get into. Jets, Giants, free agency draft, WBC, the USA being dominant, and, continuing our sports dominance over England and their phony royal family. A lot to get to. Anthony Gallo on The Fan.
It's Evan and Tiki, middays on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Freddie Peralta has accomplished something in the sport, and you just acquired him, and you're hoping to re-sign him, and it means a lot to him. All you got to do is hear him speak. This means something to him. So I think just to make some Met fans happy, it's exciting, it's Paul Skeens versus Nolan McLean, it's not worth the damage it could potentially do.
Yeah.
So why do that? I'm good with Freddie starting.
Get Evan and Tiki on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey everyone, Boomer here. I visited River Spring Living in Riverdale, and I can tell you firsthand, there is a reason they're the nation's leader in senior care. Walking through the halls, the energy is undeniable. From life-changing technology to personalized care and compassion, I've seen the difference they make in helping older adults live better lives. So whatever your needs are today or tomorrow, River Spring Living is here for you. Experience the difference for yourself. Visit riverspringliving.org. That's riverspringliving.org. College basketball is nonstop. Big games, tight spreads, momentum swings every night. And now FanDuel is giving you a way to turn that energy into even bigger wins with College Basketball Parlay Profit Boost. Here's how it works. Build any college hoops parlay you like. The early tip, the rivalry game, the ranked matchup, the late night West Coast shootout, mixed spreads, totals, props, whatever fits your read on the slate. Just apply your profit boost and instantly bump up the potential payout. Go safe, go spicy, go with your team that you've been following all season long. It's your parlay, your style. Head to FanDuel.com/New York to get started. FanDuel, play your game. We love the app around here. It's safe and secure, and when you win, you do get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN.
21 plus and physically present in New York. Opt-in required. Minimum 2-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable Boost Builder tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS
Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877-CARS for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to cars4kids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Get breaking sports news here. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, an Odyssey sports station.
Which is lengthy discography. That was a word. I said there was a word there that I said. The Knicks game just started, but I do want to wrap up a little bit of this Knicks conversation before we jump into the Jets conversation. Mets. We'll get into the Mets and Yankees all day, as always, and a little bit of WBC, as you know, you can't deny how great this tournament has been. Rob in New Jersey, what's going on, Rob?
Hey, how are you, Anthony? Thank you for picking up.
How are you, man?
Great. Just moving, stepping up from work. Anthony, I have 3 questions about the Knicks, for example. We know there's a new way to play, blah, 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 all of that. But we have seen when Cat is playing, the aspects of the game that he can affect. So, First question, are we in agreement that Cat is the best Knick player when doing that?
Well, are you asking me, do I think he's the most talented player on the team?
I will say the best, not talented, because we know the talent is there. But sadly, he is not showing all of that on a regular basis.
Well, I'll say this
lacking
much.
Consistency.
So, Rob, and I appreciate the call, I think that talent-wise, quality talent is the best Knick that's possibly ever laced it up since Walt Clyde Frazier. And that's not saying he's the best. That's why I wanted to make the delineation. Ewing, Brunson, Bernard King, these guys, Melo, best. More so Ewing and Brunson, obviously, because of what they've been able to do. Cat's talent is there. Cat is the most talented player in the last I'll just simplify it because I don't want to disrespect any players or anything like that. He's the most talented player the Knicks have had in 25 years. But he has to put it together. Now, best, no. Do I think that even with his talent, because you could be talented, can you get it done in the most critical moments? And that is Jalen Brunson for me. He's the most clutch player in the NBA. That's a statistic as well that they could prove that for. For example, Cade Cunningham is the more talented. He's a better player than Jalen Brunson is. But in the crunch time, in the clutch, there's very few people in the league that I'm going with not named Jalen Brunson. It's a short list. Knicks down 21-11 right now in the first quarter, or 18-11. Kennard hit a shot. I thought they looked like they called a foul, but 18-11 right now in the first. Rich at Oldbridge, what's going on, Rich?
Hey, Anthony, thanks for taking my call. Anthony, I've been a long-time Jet fan. I go back to watching Super Bowl III with my dad.
Right.
On black and white TV. Anyway, I want to talk about the Jet quarterback situation. What I think the Jets' best option is to try to trade for Mac Jones for San Francisco. It may cost them one of the twos, but Mac Jones has developed into being a high-quality quarterback, in my opinion. He's big, he's strong.
Yeah,
he's
but
he
Rich,
process.
Are you willing to give up a major package for Mac Jones?
What's a major package, Anthony? A number 2 pick?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if they're going to ask for that much, but is that what you're willing to give up for Mac Jones, a second-round pick?
Well, let me put it this way. What are okay, well, I understand. It's a good question. But look what their options are. Wentz is not an option, in my opinion. Cousins is not an option. What you get with Mac Jones, you get a 1-year deal. He's on the last year of a deal for $2.3 million. If it works out and he shows to be a promising quarterback,
Rich,
with a good offensive line,
Rich,
yeah.
Again, are you willing to give up a second-round pick for him? Are you willing to give up a third-round pick for him?
They don't have a third-round pick.
I'm just saying, though, for the value that they're asking for a second-round pick plus more. That's what the league is reporting.
Well, how do you know they're asking for more?
That's what what people are reporting.
Well, I'm reading
at the Combine, multiple league sources said the 49ers are looking for a second-round pick plus more. That's according to Zach Blatt of The Athletic.
If Frank Reich likes Mac Jones, he checks the boxes. He's big. He's got a quick release. He's smart. He could process. If you give a number 2, look what you're getting. You get the possibility of having a franchise quarterback.
You also get the possibility of bringing in the possibility, and Rich, I appreciate the call. You also get the possibility of bringing in a backup quarterback that you just gave up a second-round pick for. That's what you like. The lack of risk in signing a QB, because the cap means nothing in the NFL. You're seeing it this week. It absolutely means nothing. You can restructure, cut guys. It's all fictitious. You know, it's not like the NBA or the NHL where the cap is more of there's a soft top, but it's more guaranteed than you realize. Mac Jones was very good last year. I don't want to take anything away from him. He played really well against the Rams in 2 games. But the Saints, Cardinals, Bucks, and Giants are the opponents he excelled against. He's not walking in here with the offense. He's not going to have Christian McCaffrey. He's not going to have Trent Williams. He's not going to have Jawan Jennings. The Jets have a good tight end in Mason Taylor, but he's even that backup. I forget what the backup's name was for the Niners, but even the backup that played for the majority of the games when Kittle was out, he's not going to have that talent around him. So you're taking what he did, and again, he was as a starter. He was 3-1-2. He was 3-5 or 5-3. Sorry, he was 5-3 as a starter this year. His best performances, yes, 2 games against the Rams, which fine. But he was 279, 3 touchdowns against the Saints. 284, 1 touchdown, 1 interception against the Cardinals. 342, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions against the Rams in overtime, which they won. Against the Bucks, they lost 30-19. He had 347 yards, 2 interceptions. They lost. Against the Falcons, 152 yards, and interception. Against the Texans, 193, 2 touchdowns and interception. Honestly, good performance against one of the best teams, one of the best defenses in the league. Against the Giants, 19 for 24, 235, 2 touchdowns. And against the Rams, they get blown out, 319 yards, 3 touchdowns, and an interception. Like, some of these stat padding games, the games that were closer, he was fine, but it was against lesser defenses. You're giving up a second-round pick because of 8-game sample for Mac Jones. I would rather see the Jets go and pay on a 1-2-year deal Geno Smith or on a 1-year deal Kirk Cousins than go out there, trade for Mac Jones, And yes, you're giving up the second-round pick, and his contract is cheap. But if he stinks and you tank, you just gave up a second-round pick for a terrible quarterback. So I don't like that. And I think we're starting to see there was a loud contingent which would write quarterbacks off and give up on guys early in their careers. And now we're seeing guys, Sam Darnold, at times Geno Smith, have a resurgence. And you know, Kirk Cousins has been a consistent quarterback. He hasn't been great. But we've seen guys go out there and save their careers, essentially. But now we're seeing an overcorrection where now everyone wants to take a chance on a guy for a second time and hope that they're the ones that figure it out. It also helps the scenario you're in. The Seahawks, clearly, Geno Smith put up better numbers as a Seahawks quarterback than Sam Darnold did. Statistically, I'm not saying he was better, but statistically, his numbers were better than Sam Darnold's. So there's a system there. There's like pedigree, best wide out in football, ancillary pieces, you know, secondary options, maybe a better way to say it. And that's the system they're in. The Vikings clearly had a good team, and, you know, they just should have trusted Sam Darnold more, and J.J. McCarthy's just not as good. But a competent quarterback with a good roster, good scheme, good system is going to excel. The Jets would be better off waiting to take a flyer on it. Like, the way I look at the Jets offseason is you have a ton of cap space, $70+ million. You have a ton of picks. You have the chance to set the foundation for your team for the next 5-6 years. This offseason. You have all the picks in the world that even if you don't tank, you win 7-8 games next year by some chance. And it proves, you know, you have a good coaching staff. Glenn's the guy. Muji's the guy. You could trade all those picks next year and get the number 1 overall pick. Get the number 2 overall pick. Go chase a quarterback that you love. Get the best quarterback available in the trade market or free agency. Because whatever the Jets do this offseason, they're not going to kill their cap space for next year also. But forcing a quarterback in there that doesn't need to be forced would be ridiculous. If you're looking to tank and you're going to take a flyer on a guy, you're not giving up a second-round pick for him. I'd rather you spend the cap space and be able to cut a guy next year if you're going to suck than go out and get Mac Jones that even if you cut him next year, you're not getting that second-round pick back. Plus more is what was reported. 888-808-1019. Lance and Danberry, our third caller of the day from Danberry. What's going on, Lance?
Yeah, Danberry's hot today, huh?
It is. You know, Danberry stepped up.
Yeah. Anthony, how you doing?
I'm good, dude. How are you?
I just want to... Good. What is the record of the Knicks this year compared to last year? Do you know?
Like year over year at this time?
I'm just curious where they are this year compared to last year as far as wins and losses. Because
give me one second, I'll tell you.
Yeah. I'm tired of every time I put on your station or the other station in New York, every time the Knicks lose, all I hear all day is, oh, they're not a great team. They're not good enough. I'm tired of it. This team is great. Our bench is better than last year. This team is they have veteran players. They're going to do good in the playoffs. I'm not worried about the Pistons. I'm not worried about anybody in the East. And what we did against OKC the other night shows that we can hang with them if not beat them. So I don't know why everybody's stressing and talking bad about them. I don't think coaching,
I agree.
mean, you know what I mean? I was very upset when they got rid of Tibbs. I didn't think he deserved to be fired. But I think with a team like this, anybody could coach. I don't think it matters who the coach is, to be honest, with this team. I really don't. I mean, I think it matters.
100% agree.
I think it matters with, you know, who you're going to put in, how you're going to use the bench, how you're going to take timeouts. I think that stuff matters. But as far as these guys learning something new, that's not happening at this stage. So, and they're motivated enough to win. They don't need a coach.
So last year at this time, so let's go to March 7th. They were 40-23, and then, you know, they won the next game. So 41-23. They currently sit at where's the standings? 41-23 this year. So the record-wise, it's the same. What is different, though, to your point, Lance, is that they are a vastly better team defensively. They're just as good as a team offensively, but defensively, they're vastly better than they were a year ago. Now,
and
that
the
might
bench
change.
is 10 times better.
Say that again?
The bench. It's 10 times better.
The bench is better. They're a little bit more healthy. Remember, we didn't have Mitchell Robinson. I think they were just getting Mitchell Robinson back at this point last year. Their bench is better. Alvarado and Sohan are huge pieces. Diawara is a huge piece. They don't even have Miles McBride right now. They are in a much better position than they were a year ago, and that was a team that went to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, and the fact that Vegas has the Celtics going farther than them in the playoffs is ridiculous. That we get no love. I'm going to put something in for them to win it all this year, I think, because they don't get the love they deserve. I'll tell you that. I watch every game, and I know my team,
Lance,
and this team is great.
I 100% agree. I watch this team. I see what they can be at their height. And when they're losing games, I also could see, like, for example, that Thunder game, and I appreciate the call, Lance. That Thunder game, I saw the blueprint of how they could beat a team like the Thunder. Teams like the Pistons are not the Thunder. They are a different team than the Thunder. They are more led by a singular piece. But when you're talking about the Cavs and the Celtics, I see the blueprint. They have all of these pieces. And they are able to compete any night with anyone. And when it comes postseason time, I'm not saying they'll be favored in certain series. There's not a single team in the Eastern Conference they cannot beat. There isn't. For those that care, 10-4 was the final in the Yankees Mets spring training game, which, means the Mets are clearly the better team. That's a joke. Last week I'm on, somebody called in and was like, well, the Mets, they're starting slow in spring training. I don't like that. What that means. Well, half the team is in the WBC right now. So I wanted to go back to the conversation we were just having about the Jets, though. The Jets are going into this offseason with a massive amount of cap space. And they are going in with a ton of draft picks. Sitting at number 2, they have not only the flexibility to turn around and pick someone elite there, they could trade back with that pick. Right now, they're sitting at about $70 to $75 million in cap space. They're going to keep Breece Hall. I do think there's a big possibility they trade him because I think they may see that you could trade Breece Hall, sign another running back at a cheaper number, and probably get the same amount of impact in more games as Breece Hall struggled to stay healthy. And you probably could get a lot for Breece Hall. Even on, because if a team's trading for him, they're going to extend him. The Giants are obviously not going to trade for Breece Hall, but there's a lot of teams vying for the running back position. Upper tier teams, the Texans, the Broncos, to a lesser extent the Seahawks, because we don't know if Kenneth Walker somehow stays with them, and they're not going to just have Zach Charbonnet next year. So there are teams that are more in that contending position that might be more willing to give up trade capital for Breece Hall. But they have $70+ million in cap space. You have guys on the free agent board, just from a glance. They don't really need to address the offensive line. I'd like to see them maybe draft one or sign one interior lineman because you're going to lose Tucker or Simpson, one of those two. I don't think they're going to lose both. I think they're going to make an effort to sign one of them. Tucker, younger, probably more talented. Simpson, more reliable. But when you look at from afar, they don't need tackles. They have maybe the top 5 best tackle combo in the league. Trey Hendrickson at pass rusher. Juwan Jennings at wide out. You have Alec Pierce at wide out. Devin Lloyd, great linebacker. You have pass rushers. You have wide receivers. You have cornerbacks. All at near the top of free agency. A couple of defensive backs, that grade out as safeties. You got a guy like Mike Evans or Joey Bosa, older, aging veterans that have talent still. Who else is out there? There's a ton of secondary options. The draft not really deep when it comes to the cornerback position. Free agency very deep at the cornerback position. You got linebackers, wideouts. There are a couple of quarterbacks out there that they could chase. I don't want to see them sign Malik Willis. Again, I'd rather see them sign Geno Smith or Kirk Cousins on a short-term deal and move forward. Because a lot of Jet fans are going to say they want to lose this year. They want to tank for the best overall pick next year. When you have as many picks as the Jets have, when it comes to your picks this year and your picks next year, you don't need to tank to get you the best chance to take a quarterback because you'll have enough in firepower to make a trade to go after whatever top pick or top trade target there is next year at the quarterback position. You want to trade up and get a top 2-3 pick next year? You have the assets for it. Let's say Joe Burrow becomes available next year. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just throwing him out there. You have the trade picks to go out there and go get him. You have the cap space this year, the draft picks this year to set the foundation for what will be your roster you hope to compete with for the next 5 to 6 years. You could show that if Aaron Glenn goes out there and you win 6, 7, 8 games, more towards the 7-8 mark, that you have a coach. You don't have to fire your coach. You have a GM. You have the right coaching staff, Frank Reich and Duker on defense. You have the pieces in place, your epic special teams, whatever it is you want to point to. And then next year is when you make those splashier moves to put yourself over the top. And if quarterback's still an issue, they don't sign Malik Willis. They don't draft a QB in like the 2nd or 3rd round that ends up 4th round. I know they don't have a 3rd round pick. And ends up being maybe a potential player for them. You have the chance to now use one of those 3 first-round picks next year and all the picks after that because they're going to push, for the QB position. You'll be able to do that and not have to worry about having top-end draft pick talent on your roster because you've already set the foundation. You're not going to have to worry about your cap. They have, this means nothing, obviously. But after this year, they don't have a ton of talent locked in on contracts. Garrett Wilson, Sherwood. That's like your 2 highest paid guys that would be going into 2027. The cap going up. This year again, they have $70+ million to spend. They have 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, multiple day 3 picks to go out there and set the foundation for this team. So why are you going to just throw this year away? Because whatever you do this offseason will be nonsense if next year is a complete failure. Because you're going to fire the head coach, you might fire the GM, and turn around and have to rebuild it all again. If the Jets go into the season and they win 6 games and it's clear that they don't have a quarterback, but it's clear that they are also competitive and the coach is putting the players in the right position to build for something. Let's look at the Saints. The Saints were bad this year. They do have what many people believe may be a good quarterback, guy they could build around. But the way the Saints competed in so many games this year, and they ended up winning, 6 games, I think, on the season. Let me see. I don't care about Alvin Kamara's conversion. They won 6 games. They were in so many of those games. Their defense played well. Yes, the quarterback obviously mattered. But I'm saying if the Jets are in a similar position to that, remove the quarterback position, you're going to look at the team and say, well, this is a team that is building something. This is a team, second-year head coach, that is starting to put the pieces in play. Now, all right, we don't have the QB, but we have such a good roster, we could focus on the quarterback position. We could invest more cap space, more trade capital into chasing a QB, whether through the draft or through the trade market. At number 2, you have multiple options you could go there. You could chase an edge rusher. You could chase a linebacker and a guy like Sonny Styles. You could chase, there's Bain, Bailey, and Reese, all considered top edge rushers. You could chase Caleb Downs. You could trade down to a later pick, maybe a team like, Washington or the Browns wants to trade up the number 2. I don't know. I'm just throwing teams out there. I don't know who actually would be interested in trading up. But you trade up these people, and you now trade back, and you gain a ton more draft capital. I think they're going to take somebody at 2, and I think that's the right decision. I think it's going to ultimately be one of the pass rushers or Caleb Downs. I don't think it's going to be Sonny Styles. I think Ruben Bain, David Bailey, Arvell Reese, or Caleb Downs. I think that's going to be the Jets draft pick. But you go out there, you're building your... Now, if you go and get a pass rusher, you now have McDonald, Sweat, and whoever that pass rusher is. If you go out and get Caleb Downs, you could turn around and say, we're going to blow away a guy like Trey Hendrickson, or we're going to blow away... I forgot what the guy's name was. One of the edge rushers from the Chargers that just walked away. I'm forgetting his name. Or the guy Pay from the Colts. There's a ton of edge. Jalen Phillips from the Eagles. If you turn around, you take Caleb Downs at 2, and in free agency, you had signed Jalen Phillips. You're starting to build a foundation in free agency. There's linebackers out there that you could chase. There's wide receivers out there that you could go to pair together with Garrett Wilson and, to a lesser extent, A.D. Mitchell. So the Jets have the chance to do something special this offseason. And no, it may not, result in a playoff berth, but it could put them in a position that they have now built the foundation for what is going to be their next 5 to 6 years, where you're hoping they start to compete for playoff spots year in and year out, and you don't all just sacrifice it for a backup QB or to sign Malik Willis to a terrible deal because he had a couple of good games. I don't really think there's going to be much of a difference between Justin Fields and Malik Willis. I think Malik Willis playing on a very good team in the Packers, it wasn't like he went out there and put out the most amazing. And I was a guy who, coming out of college, thought Malik Willis was going to be a great quarterback in the NFL. I was wrong. He played in 4 games last year. He had 121 yards against the Bears, and I think he came in the middle of that game. And he had 288 yards against the Ravens in a blowout. And now all of a sudden we want to pay this guy a fortune to be the quarterback. The year prior, he only started 3 games. I think. It might have only been 2 games. Prior to that, barely played. So why would you pay him? Why would you give up a second or even a third, if you had it, for Mac Jones? Why don't you just pay a Geno Smith on a 1-year, 2-year deal where you could get rid of him in that second year? The Jets can do a lot to help themselves. There's a couple of moves, though, that they could hurt themselves dearly with. 888-808-1019. We'll continue this conversation. We'll jump into some of the rumors we're hearing about the Giants, the WBC, and the excitement surrounding that. A lot to get into. Anthony Gallo on the Fan.
Congratulations to Chris Carino, recipient of the Naismith Hall of Fame's 2026 Kurt Gowdy Media Award. Carino has been calling Nets basketball since 2002, after joining the organization in 1992 as a studio producer and feature reporter. Over more than 2 decades on the call, he has narrated some of the biggest moments in franchise history, including back-to-back NBA Finals appearances and the Nets' historic first game in Brooklyn. A well-deserved salute to one of the most respected voices in basketball.
Two-hand slam.
The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the free iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and Odyssey apps.
Hi, it's Alicata here for Soda Pro Painters. I've been spending a lot more time at home lately, and my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is happy. For me, sometimes that can be challenging. But my friends at Soda Pro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at Soda Pro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. And hey, ask about their spring sales event and get 10% off on qualifying projects.
Each Certa Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
I'm a 100% kind of guy, so I got Verizon Fios. It's 100% fiber internet because I do everything at 100%.
What game should we watch?
100% of them.
She hits a
penalty kick
out of the park.
from way downtown for a beautiful shot onto the green.
You either have 100% fiber internet or you don't. Get Verizon Fios. It's super fast and reliable with ultra-low lag. It's 100% or nothing. Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch today.
I'm Captain Nick Polidoro, retired captain, Bloomfield Police Department. After years on the job, my body took a beating. And when the pain started slowing me down, I needed the best care possible. That's when I found Alliance Orthopedics. They got me back to doing the things I love.
Visit AllianceOrtho.com to be our next success story.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
866-323-7529, 250 Pele, Saddlebrook. Diana Magala, licensed in New York and New Jersey. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid...
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. You know, after years in the game, I don't guess. I go with what works. Red Pocket Mobile gives you 3 major 5G networks to choose from. Switching cities? Switch your network. That's like calling your own Audible. Visit redpocket.com to see why more Americans are switching to better wireless without paying more. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Hey, this is Tiki Barber. Those of us living in New Jersey got hit with a 20% electric rate increase. If your current heating system is over 15 years old, it's time for a new high-efficiency carrier system. And there's only one company to call for a new one. My friends at Edison Heating and Cooling, New Jersey's heating experts for over 38 years. Older heating systems waste gas. So get your system checked now and save money with Edison Heating and Cooling. Contact them now at edisonhvac.com. That's edisonhvac.com.
If you're tired of dealing with dummies every time you shop for a car, I get it. All the games they play, the back and forth, it's brutal. Well, the team over at Route 22 Toyota seem to have it figured out. They're real people who have made the entire process of buying a car simple and that smart. Plus, they're easy to get to, right on Route 22 in Hillside, New Jersey, and they're always on the money with incredible deals on their huge selection of new and used Toyota. So remember, if you're tired of dealing with dummies, get over to Route 22 Toyota and experience the smart way to buy your next vehicle.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love. And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey
on the Geno Smith situation. And again, this kind of adds fuel to what I'm saying about them going this route instead of giving up a pick for a Mac Jones. The Jets will be, and this is Zach Blatt of The Athletic. He says the Jets are one of the current favorites to sign Geno Smith. The Jets will be on the group of quarterbacks who were cut by other teams and have significant money left on their contracts, which makes them cheaper to sign And my phone just locked me out. As in, they'll likely be signed for the minimum salary of $1.3 million. That includes Kyler Murray, Geno Smith, and when he's cut Tua Tagovailoa. Did I get that? No. Tagovailoa. Smith feels like the early favorite, and many sources around the league expect Murray to land in Minnesota, though that's not 100% locked in. Malik Willis expected it to be too expensive for the Jets' taste. I would not expect the Jets to pursue Derek Carr at this juncture. Again,
Tua Tagovailoa.
I would not expect the Jets to pursue Derek Carr at this juncture either. That is Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic. And again, that is kind of the thought process I have, is he's going to sign for well below the cap, and he's not going to be something. I get it. You don't want to sign him. He's a former Jets quarterback, but that is so far in the distance that you can't allow that to stop you from thinking about building this team smartly. And I wanted to put this in the perspective because of people like, oh, well, I loved Sam Darnold and I love Geno Smith. So Sam Darnold this year in Seattle in the regular season, 4,048 yards, 25 touchdowns, 14 interceptions. Geno Smith's last season in Seattle, 21 touchdowns, 15 interceptions, a little bit of a disparity there, 4,300 yards. His completion percentage was 70%, as Sam Darnold's was 67%. Ask yourself, if roles were reversed, would Sam Darnold be someone you're fiending to go after? Right. I think Geno wanted to stay with Pete Carroll. That's why he left Seattle. And he was 10-7 in Seattle his last season. And I'm not saying I do think Sam Darnold is better than Geno Smith, but to put it into perspective of where Geno Smith was not too long ago. And the 17 interceptions this year doesn't help. But the difference between the Raiders and the Jets, both were bad teams last year. The Jets had one of the best offensive lines in all of football. The Raiders had maybe the worst in all of football, up there with the Patriots and the Chargers. They definitely were the worst of all the non-playoff teams. So I think there is a more of a, silver lining to this than many of you believe. There is a positive that could come out of this offseason, and it's not just the Jets have to tank next year. You see guys are getting extensions, and there are a couple of restructures as well. On a lesser note, the Bears getting a center in Bradbury from, I'm trying to find the trade, where that was exactly. But they ended up receiving the center from, let's see where it is. Bills re-signed their center. The Chargers signed the center from Washington. Obviously, I don't know how they're able to report that, but it's being reported as fact. So it seems like he's going there. And then the other trade was, and I'm scrolling through 9,000 NFL stories. Bradbury traded to the Bears from the Patriots, and that's another option at center that the Giant fan will not have to worry about somebody competing with them when it comes to a Tyler Linderbaum. I thought that was an interesting little tidbit on that. But I when it comes going back to the Jets, $70+ million in cap space, 4 picks in the first 2 rounds of the draft, a ton of day 3 picks. You have 3 first-round picks in next year's draft. The ability for this Jets team to get better this year, to put up a competitive roster where if you win 7 games, 8 games, it's not going to feel detrimental because you have all the draft capital in the world to chase the golden goose, to chase the quarterback you want, that prized possession, whether through the draft or in a trade scenario where a big quarterback is asking out of his situation. Let's say Joe Burrow decides to ask out, or let's say Bo Nix and Sean Payton, there's more to that little rift at the beginning of the offseason. Or if, Jalen Hurts is available, any of these top quarterbacks that might be available, maybe Lamar Jackson gets fed up with his situation in Baltimore. Anything is possible. But if a guy was available via trade, and if the quarterback draft class that's so amazing next year, you're able to move up to a top 3, top 2 pick, you're going to have the draft capital to do that. You're going to have the ability to trade for a guy. So why does it matter if they try to compete this year. You may find out you actually have a coach that matters. And you don't have to redo everything next year. 888-808-1019. Kevin in Jersey, on the Jersey Shore. What's going on, Kev?
Hey, good afternoon, Anthony. Number one, I've been a listener since Susan signed on in 1987.
Awesome.
Number two, I was, I've been a Jets fan since 1965. Number three,
awesome.
I was a season ticket holder for more than 30 years.
Right.
And I just want to say I really appreciate the people on the weekend, and I'm not blowing smoke up where. You're very passionate, and I'm glad I got put through to you.
Well, I appreciate your call, Kev. We're not here if you guys aren't around.
Okay, here's my question. Here's my question, and educate me.
Yes.
Like I said, I've been a Jet fan all my life. Trading a number 2 for Mac would be glorious for me. It's a 1-year deal. It's a cheap price. They keep all that cap money, and he's got upside with a coach like Frank Reich. He's coming out of the San Francisco system. Again, this is just like from the heart of a Jet fan.
I understand that, Kev. But let me ask you this. Okay, let's say they give up the second-round pick plus whatever they're going to ask for because they want more than just a second-round pick for Mac Jones. Let's say that's the case. If he falls on his face and you struggle this year, you're now probably looking at the GM gone, the head coach gone, and you have less draft capital next year in the draft.
Okay.
Or if they traded
much more beyond the second round pick,
if they traded,
they got plenty of picks.
Yeah, but if they traded one of the second round picks this year, fine. But you're now only hurting yourself. Whereas if you just sign a guy for cheap, one of these guys that's getting cut, who has had more success than Mac Jones has. If you just sign one of these guys, next year you could just cut them and be done with them. And there's no draft implication.
Do the same thing with Jones.
Yeah, but you're giving up the draft pick for him.
But you're giving up money for the other guys.
Yeah, but you're not giving up more.
They're older and more injury prone.
But that's not true. That's not true. Geno Smith, they're not more injury. Geno Smith is not injury prone. Geno Smith is a far more successful quarterback than Mac Jones. Mac Jones played 8 games this year. And so Kev, to answer your point, though, you're giving up the same amount of money, most likely, if you sign a Geno Smith, because Geno Smith is going to get the minimum. You're not giving up the draft capital to get him, though. You're just signing him. So if you're done with both those quarterbacks in 1 year, one of them you have the lasting impact of you traded a pick for him, a second-round pick. It's not like you traded a 5th or 6th. You're trading a second-round pick for him. The other one is you just cut him and you're done with him. You didn't give up draft capital for him. You paid him very little. And I just feel like me personally, and Kev, we are looking at this differently. You're a Jet fan. There's a different view of it. Me not being a Jet fan, I don't see what everyone is so excited about with Mac Jones. He played in a few games this year against bad teams. Outside of those games against the Rams, he played mostly against bad teams on a roster that is built to go to the Super Bowl and excelled. It wasn't like he was elite. It wasn't like he was putting up gaudy numbers and all his biggest numbers came in blowouts. I don't see him as this option, this legitimate option that so many people are now viewing him.
Okay, and that's why I called to listen to your point of view. But again, as a Jet fan, from my point of view, if somebody told me I was going to get an NFL-ready quarterback at number two this year with another 2 still available, and he has, like I said,
real quick, Kev, meaning a second.
He has upside with a coach
Kev,
like
I'm not cutting you off. I'm just clarifying what you're saying. You mean like a second-round pick, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Keep going.
No, I'm saying, as a Jets fan, if someone and people are talking about getting a proven, at least backup level with a lot of upside at number 2, you're not going to get that out of draft in number 2 this year. Just saying.
Well, I appreciate the call. I disagree. You're telling me if Ty Simpson's in the second round, you would rather have Mac Jones than taking a flyer on a rookie quarterback? And again, I just don't see it with Mac Jones. He played in 8 games. he was essentially tracking for similar numbers to guys that are out there. And he did it against inferior competition. The year prior, he was 2-5 in games he played. Prior to that, 2-9, 6-8, 10-7 his rookie season. Again, looking at the games he played last year. Against the Saints, his is the best game he played last year, in my opinion. 279, 3 touchdowns. They won 26-21. When you look at the other games that he put up big numbers, 347 against the Bucs, they lost 30-19. He had 2 interceptions in that game. They lost 42-26 to the Rams, in which he had 319 yards, 3 touchdowns, and an interception. It was a blowout. So he put up those numbers, essentially trying to come back in that game. They were down 21-7 at half. They started the game, punt, fumble down. I don't know. It's just hard for me to go out there and maybe because they have 2 second-round picks, you guys are more willing to give it up. But if you're giving up a second and a fifth for Mac Jones, why would you do that? Most people are you could take a young quarterback in the second round if you're that desperate for it. Again, Mac Jones had Ricky Pearsall and Jawan Jennings, George Kittle for some of those games, obviously, and the backup tight end for the Niners is very good. A good offensive line. Christian McCaffrey, who was one of the leading receivers in the league last year, receptions-wise. Why are you thinking that he's just going to replicate that? And then what's the game? What's the end game? Because if you trade for a guy like Mac Jones, he's only coming back if you guys make the playoffs or you win 7-8 games and he's clearly not the problem. If you win, let's say in my scenario here, where I'm telling you, you make the right moves in the free agency and in draft and in trades, and you win 7-8 games. If Mac Jones is your quarterback and you're now moving on from him, you've hurt yourself in the draft capital area to now make a move to move up in the draft or trade for a big-time player. Now, if you get Mac Jones and you win 7-8 games, it's like Mac Jones is the guy. They've got the guy. Then it doesn't matter. You trade for a wideout and add depth to the defense, all of that. But it's the same thing with Malik Willis. We're doing this off of such a small sample size. Malik Willis is even less of a sample size. And even less, he doesn't have the years of experience that a Mac Jones has. We're also 2 years removed from Geno Smith being one of the leading pass, yard guys in all of football. Where he looked not elite, but he looked like a legit quarterback in that Seahawks system. You brought him to Oakland or to Las Vegas with the worst offensive line, one of the worst offensive lines, and nobody to pass to outside of Brock Bowers. And you thought he was going to replicate that year in and year out? I'm good. Listen, am I going to lose my mind if Mac Jones is where the Jets go? No. I think it would be a mistake. That's just where I'm at with that. And, Kyler Murray, I'd still rather Kyler Murray than Mac Jones. Out of all the quarterback options there are out there, I do think the ceiling for Kyler Murray is higher than any of these guys. I also think that he's going to end up with a Minnesota type, like Rosenblatt was saying, just because he's got a better chance at competing year one. I would rather Tua than Mac Jones. My biggest complaint with Tua is he's always injured, and when he does turn the ball over, he turns the ball over in bunches. He either doesn't turn the ball over or he ends up with like 3 picks. And we don't know what any of those three guys would, well, we kind of know what Geno Smith would be because he had a decent offensive line in Seattle. We don't know how those guys perform if their offensive line is up to snuff and they go out there and compete every night. 888-808-1019. Barry in Los Angeles. What's going on, Barry?
And I completely agree with you. I'm a Giant fan, go way, way, way back.
Uh-huh.
But the Jets, Namath was a favorite, even though I'm a Giant fan. But it makes no sense. I mean, you bring back, I think you're right. I think you bring in someone like Geno. And actually, I would do Geno or someone like Geno for 2 years, make him the backup next year because...
Well, they're going to be able to, Barry, they're going to be able to, if it's Geno or Kyler Murray, let's say it's Tua, they're going to be able to, or let's say Kirk Cousins, they're going to be able to sign this guy to a cheap deal, but maybe backload it and incentivize them. We're like, hey, it goes from like 1.3 to like 10 million in year 2 if they perform, and if not, they just cut them. Because then you're
I agree with the strategy. My only hesitation, if I was the Jets, and I'm not the Jets, but I would not want to bring in a quarterback that wants to, like when the Giants brought in their backup, Jameis, he accepted the fact he's going to be a backup. I don't think the younger guys that are looking to like replenish their career are going to be happy when you draft the number one guy, and then you're going to have problems in the locker room. Like, why we had a decent year last year. Why are we doing everything for the golden boy that we just picked this year? I would go with like a Geno, a competent NFL quarterback that could back up my number one pick next year.
Well,
and be willing to sit on the bench.
That's why I like going after one of these free agent guys, and I appreciate the call, Barry. It's why I like going after one of these free agent guys and realizing that you don't have to give up the draft capital. You have a severely flawed roster, so you have all the cap space in the world. You're going to have all the cap space in the world next year as well. And to his point, you bring in a Geno Smith or a Kyler Murray, they either perform to a level where you don't have to draft a quarterback next year, or you know that you have a veteran that's been there before that can nurture a rookie quarterback that you don't have to throw out there week 1 and get killed. Unless they obviously win the job, a la Jaden Daniels or a Bo Nix type. There's pieces out there. And, a little bit of a fan focus. This fan focus sponsored by Chef IQ, precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also, I've talked about it a little bit, finally got the Chef IQ, like the thermostat one, not the oven, and the Sense, I think it's called. Awesome. Very cool. Made some steaks with it. Cooked chicken the other night. And I had to learn because at first I used it, not realizing that, again, I was just nervous of putting it on the hot plate, not realizing you're supposed to stick it in and let it cook with the food, and it gives you a rundown step-by-step, which is even better than, my mom has it, loves it. It was even better than I thought. Used it with the chicken. It was perfect because I was cooking a dish that needed to be turned, and you can tweak it for that. And very cool. Was able to not have to really focus on what was in the oven. My phone basically tell me when I need to do it. Awesome product. Loved it. And, didn't have to steal my mom's to get to use it. So very cool. And I'm going to get another one because I only got the singular one. They do the 3-pack as well. So a very cool product. And that fan focus sponsored by Chef IQ. You look like you want to say something.
Must be nice. Getting a little Chef IQ.
Rosenberg. Stick to the dogs, dude. What are you going to use it for? You don't eat anything.
What does that mean I don't eat?
Tell people what you got on your sandwich today. The serial killer order that you had.
Honey turkey.
Yeah.
Lettuce.
Yeah.
Tomato, pickles.
Any condiments?
No.
Serial killer. Doesn't eat cheese, not because it hurts his tummy, because this guy will eat a pint of ice cream. Doesn't eat cheese because he doesn't like it.
Right, no.
And then everyone in the world has to be affected by Paul Rosenberg. And God forbid, we order regular pizzas here on Friday, it's like he's somehow being disrespected.
I am.
Just peel the cheese off.
I am. Why would I eat something that I don't like?
If you get something and it's got onions on it, do you just not eat it or you take the onions off?
I order it without onions.
No. But you didn't get a chance to order without onions.
Then it's a bad job of ordering.
Did you ever eat something here that had something on it and you picked it off?
No. I don't eat anything if I don't like it.
You're outrageous.
Why would I eat anything if you don't like it?
Because you take it off.
I don't
it's not on it anymore.
The particles of the cheese are still on the bread.
Yeah, and you'll stuff your face with a Ben & Jerry's pint.
That has nothing to do with each other.
It's the same thing.
No, it's
literally the
cheese
same
and
thing.
ice cream are the same thing.
The same thing.
You're out of your mind.
You ate the chocolate I gave you? I'm
Not
sure
yet.
there's dairy in that.
I'm not allergic to dairy. I don't like cheese. And as a matter of fact...
What do you get on your bagels?
Depending on what kind of bagel I get.
What schmears do you get? Just butter?
Butter. There are times I'll have cream cheese.
This is why I can't deal with them. I walk in today...
Is cream cheese a real cheese?
It's a cream cheese!
Is pineapple an apple?
I mean, I think there's a reason why it's called a pineapple. Because
Is it an
I think
apple?
it has the characteristics...
Is it an apple? See?
I was going to say, comparing apples to oranges.
The issue is...
Cream cheese.
It's a spread, not a cheese.
But it's still a cheese.
It's
There's
a spread.
cheeses that are spreads.
No, it's a spread, not a cheese.
Brie cheese has a similar consistency to cream cheese.
And frankly, you can call it
Goat cheese.
888-808-1019 if you want to chime in on the cheese conversation.
Goat cheese, similar consistency to cream cheese.
I don't like goats.
That's Chef IQ, Fan Focus. Chef IQ, precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. You give me agita. That's what you do. You give me agita, and it's in it. I knew you did. See, this is what I do. I walk him into a corner. I knew you eat cream cheese because I've seen you have cream cheese before, so I had to make sure it was on the record that you said that.
Of course it was.
And you're a serial killer.
Cream cheese is not a cheese.
I definitely think you have bodies buried in the backyard. If you get no condiments, just raw sandwich, dry sandwich, no
Don't
lubricant.
like mayo on sandwiches.
You don't like any condiments, mustard?
Nothing. No.
Hot sauce?
No, I'm not. Well, on wings, maybe. There's like buffalo sauce.
There is a difference now. I'm not going to hold that against you.
I eat ketchup on hamburgers and french fries.
You never eat mayo, ever?
Tuna. I'll have mayo with tuna.
Anthony Gallo on the Fan, 888-808-1019. We got a lot more to get to. Jesus, Rosenberg. I got you till 7 o'clock. We'll come back. We'll jump into the Giants, a little WBC, Mets, Yankees.
You guys are imbeciles.
That's right. Anthony Gallo on the Fan.
It's the Carton Show with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle. Afternoons 2 to 7 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
He's like, damn it, I thought I had an out.
Let me
and
just
chucks the bat off the field towards the dugout. He doesn't know that Piazza is running up the first baseline.
Even Clemens would tell you he threw the bat at Piazza.
No, he didn't.
Get the Carton Show on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, Call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey everyone, Boomer here. If you love eating great food as much as I do, you have to listen up. The Chef IQ wireless thermometer and the mini oven are must-haves in your kitchen. The thermometer helps perfectly cook your chicken, fish, or meat, and the oven is an all-in-one hero that bakes, broils, air fries, toasts, and more. I've been telling you now for the last year about these great products and how they've changed my life, so now it's time to change yours. These are amazing products at amazing values. Go to chefiq.com and don't forget to use the code word BOOMER to save big at checkout. That's code word BOOMER at chefiq.com.
Hey sports fans, when it's game time, it's Tully time. Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey. During the big games this season, toast your friends and your team with a Dew and a brew. At home or at your favorite sports bar. Because when it's game time, it's Tully time. Glasses up to enjoying Tullamore Dew responsibly. 40% alcohol by volume. William Grant & Sons, New York, New York.
The London Jewelers Watch Salon reminds you that daylight saving time began at 2 this morning. This time-saving message to set your timepieces ahead 1 hour is brought to you by your trusted watch specialists at London Jewelers, proudly celebrating 100 years of precision, craftsmanship, and service. Experience an exceptional selection of the world's finest brands at the London Jewelers Watch Salon with 6 locations, including Americana Manhasset and the Mall at Short Hills. London Jewelers, celebrating 100 years of time well spent.
College basketball is nonstop. Big games, tight spreads, momentum swings every night. And now FanDuel is giving you a way to turn that energy into even bigger wins with College Basketball Parlay Profit Boost. Here's how it works. Build any college hoops parlay you like. The early tip, the rivalry game, the ranked matchup, the late night West Coast shootout, mixed spreads, totals, props, whatever fits your read on the slate. Just apply your Profit Boost and instantly bump up the potential payout. Go safe, go spicy, go with your team that you've been following all season long. It's your parlay, your style. Head to FanDuel.com/New York to get started. FanDuel, play your game. We love the app around here. It's safe and secure, and when you win, you do get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN.
21 plus and physically present in New York. Opt-in required. Minimum 2-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable Boost Builder tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. You know, after years in the game, I don't guess. I go with what works. Red Pocket Mobile gives you 3 major 5G networks to choose from. Switching cities? Switch your network. That's like calling your own Audible. Visit redpocket.com to see why more Americans are switching to better wireless without paying more. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports.
I want to get into the Giants conversation as well because I did see the Kayvon Thibodeau what they view his package as when it comes to the overall trade market with him. And I want to just bring up what I read before as I lost my place. I do have it saved on my phone. But the Giants, I mentioned it earlier, the Giants, Tyrese Maxey out the next 2 games for the Sixers, so they may be subtly trying to tank their way out of a locked-in playoff spot, hoping they get one of those play-in spots and lose after the way that's going. That team most unreliable in the league. The Giants would need a late second-round pick or a high third to consider dealing Kayvon Thibodeau, which I think is the right way to go about this. Again, Kayvon Thibodeau more valuable than Mac Jones. Just to put it into perspective in the way I'm viewing this, when Jeff fans say they want to trade for a Mac Jones. Ian O'Connor of The Athletic. Ian does a great job always. He was spot on with the Harbaugh stuff. He reported this morning that trading the pass rusher is a 50-50 proposition. The Giants think he's pretty damn good football player despite his production and would likely need a late second or high third-round pick to make the move. And he's a potential free agent anyway next free offseason. Selected number 5. You guys know the deal. And I think that's the right way to go. But similar to what we have seen with the Jets and that conversation, I think the Giants obviously a little bit farther along. I mean, you've already seen them start to clear up cap space. They're at about $21 million now. They're probably going to get even, closer to that number. I see Darius Slayton potentially in the books. I don't know if they can cut him, but I wouldn't be shocked if they restructure the deals. There's going to be a couple guys I think they restructure. I think they'll restructure Dexter Lawrence and Brian Burns and fill up even more cap space. But when you're looking at their offseason and where they're going, they might not need as many, at quantity. It might be a quality instead of quantity type thing. I think their secondary desperately needs help. I think their pass rush, you could deal Kayvon Thibodeau and still be working from a surplus at that position. I think linebacker, they could find a cheaper option than Bobby Okereke in the linebacker room. Offensively, their offensive line needs help. They need another weapon from Malik Neighbors. But what leads me to my point here is when it comes to the draft, they cannot make a mistake here in drafting Jeremiah Love at number 5 and or overpaying, as I saw Kenneth Walker might get $15 million a year for a running back when the running back free agent group is so much more, I'm going to bring it up right now, deep than other free agent groups. So right here, right off the back, when you think about the guys you have here, you have Kenneth Walker, Travis Etienne Jr., Rico Dowd, Tyler Algier, Isaiah Pacheco, Joe Mixon, Michael Carter, Brian Robinson, Rashad White, and Kenneth Gainwell. There's lesser guys. I think J.K. Dobbins is still a pretty good player, and Miles Sanders as well. Further down there, Jeremy McNichols was pretty good for Washington last year. But the bigger name guys, like I said, Walker, Etienne, Dowd, Algier, Pacheco, Mixon, Carter, Robinson, and Rashad White. You could go out there, bring in an Isaiah Pacheco for, $5 to $8 million a year, in my opinion. Because, you could go and get a Joe Mixon. Pacheco would be cool also just because of the local ties. You don't have to go and spend big on a Kenneth Walker or a Travis Etienne. You don't have to draft a guy at 5 to help pad that running back room. And you're going to get Cam Skadagoo back at some point next year. You have Tyrone Tracy. You have Devin Singletary. I actually think Devin Singletary means they're not drafting a high running back. Maybe they go day 2 or day 3 type running back. But they cannot waste $15 million in cap space on Kenneth Walker. They cannot waste the number 5 pick on Jeremiah Love. They have too many positions that they need to find top-tier talent at to do that. Now, going back to that, free agent list, when you look at the guys that are on that list that could help this team, there's a lot of positional needs there. Obviously, the top-end wideout, pass rush types, they don't need to go after. They can bring in one of these tackles at free agent. They can bring in a secondary help whether, I don't know if you want to take a flyer on a Trayvon Diggs, but a guy like Kyle Duggar, went from the Patriots to the Steelers, would be a good help at safety. There's a couple of free agent cornerbacks I like. The kid from, let me find it, the kid from Kansas City that is not coming back. Where is he? I'm losing my place here. I think I do better sorting this. Jalen Watson, good piece that you now could add to a Paulson Adebo secondary. And when you look at the secondary, it's not deep, but they do have talent. I like Phillips. I like Newbin, Paulson Adebo, and Javon Holland. They're big pieces from a year ago. It seems like Cordell Flatt is gone. So you can get an impact piece there in free agency. And let's say they go out there and you add to the offensive line, which I think the number one target, and I think this is pretty obvious. I think most Giant fans feel this way. And he's got it attached with the Harbaugh. He's 25 years old. Tyler Lindenbaum at center. And reports are he's going to end up being the highest paid center ever. Who cares? You go out there, you have him, you hope Andrew Thomas is healthy. You bring back Jermaine Illuminor. You draft or sign somebody for that interior line. And yes, you go out and get Tyler Lindenbaum, you're going to have to get creative with the cap. When it comes to the draft, if you go out and address those needs and you're sitting there needing a linebacker or needing a safety, you could hope Caleb Downs is there, but you could also take a guy like Sonny Styles. You could take Orville Reese if he falls to 5. The Giants could also trade back and try to get a couple more day 2, day 3 picks while also staying in the top, 15 in the draft and adding something. Now, cornerback is not a deep position in this draft. I think there's 2 or 3 guys mocked. Oh, right here, there's 4 that I'm seeing that could go in the first round. So safety's a little higher talentless depth. In an ideal world, they end up with Sonny Styles or Caleb Downs at 5. And that's the hope that in free agency you address the center. And if you go into the season with Andrew Thomas healthy and you have, Linderbaum at center and you could bring back Jermaine Illuminor, you now have a good base to build that offensive line. It's probably easier to find guards than it is to find a legit tackle type or a center, which impacts so much. And you want a good center with the young QB. You're going to get Malik Neighbors back. They're not bringing back Wan'Dale Robinson. I think that would be more of a mistake in the same vein as signing or drafting, signing a high-priced running back or drafting at 5 Jeremiah Love. But you're going to need another weapon at wideout that's better than Darius Slayton. You hope that they can restructure Slayton's deal to save some money. Again, they started the week sitting at, $7 million. They're already up to $21 million. I really do think that I think that Kayvon Thibodeau, that's going to free up another $14 million. So you hope that gets you into, that $35 million. If you have $35 million, you could do a lot with that money in free agency. You're not going to go out there and hit a home run. Outside of Linderbaum, you'd probably be signing more role player types, but that's where the Giants need to get better. Same thing with wide receiver. Maybe you go second round, you take a wide out. I like their tight end room. I think Bellinger and Theo Johnson are good players. Not great, but good players. And wide receiver, you got Malik Neighbors, and you go from there. They cannot waste $15 million on a running back. They cannot waste the number 5 pick on a running back. 888-808-1019. Mario in Long Beach. What's going on, Mario?
Hey, what's going on? How you doing, Gallo?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting what you said. I wanted to do Knicks, okay?
Yeah, you're good.
I could go right into the Giants now.
We could do both. You could do the Knicks real quick, and then we could do the Giants as well.
Okay, look, you got it. Okay, Knicks. I really, really like what I'm seeing because I'm seeing 2 things, right? The last game, Towns played some defense.
Yes.
Now, maybe that's something that's starting that's going to continue. Let's hope that's true, I believe it's going to be true. That's number 1. And number 2 is I always used to think that Brunson was a and he really was, a score-first point guard,
right?
Which a lot of people are.
And the last 2 games, he struggled offensively, but has been a distributor on another level.
And that's exactly my point. He's pivoted to where he's been saying to himself, all right, I'm not shooting good, so I'll do 15 assists. I didn't even know he could do that. I never saw him do that, and plus he never did that.
Right.
So that's a hell of a thing to look at.
He's been more of a modern type point guard where he is going to put up a high volume shot. He's always averaged 6 to 7 assists a game, but I think I don't need him to average 10 assists a game. What I need him to be able to do, though, is on those nights like we saw the last 2 games against the Thunder and against the Nuggets where he's struggling offensively, he's able to still impact the game by getting the ball to players in ideal positions.
Oh yes, absolutely. And Anunoby looks like a superstar now. I mean, he's all over the place.
Well, I'm always been high on Anunoby, and I think that if he believes in himself offensively, he has the ability to be an elite player, both sides of the ball. He is an elite defender, though.
Yeah, and I mean, once you got big, and you have, I don't know why they make what's his name, the guy they got from the Nets. Their other forward.
Oh, Mikal Bridges.
Mikal, I'm sorry. I don't know how to miss this name.
It's all good.
Yeah, but anyway, I don't know how everybody likes to give him a hard time, especially Evan. I guess because he's
that's because Evan.
Yeah, well, we know why
he's
that is. Yeah, he's a hater. But let's face it, he won the Boston series for them last year. Mikal Bridges won that series because if you look at it, I don't know how carefully you looked at it. He made 2 plays at the game, one at game 1, one at game 2. With 5 seconds to left, he stole the ball once from Jaylen Brown, once from the other guy, Tatum.
Right.
And it ended the game. It wasn't that there was any other plays.
He also had underrated plays late in that Pistons series that we kind of gloss over that were big as well.
Yes, absolutely. And the thing is with him too is when Brunson was out, he won like 5 games. Have you ever seen? I watched basketball a long time. I'm older than you, but so you're like what 35? How old are you
34.
Then? 34. I'm a couple of years younger than Benigno, so I don't want to say the age of that. But anyway, one good thing I saw, at least I was a little kid and I saw the Jets win a Super Bowl. That's one good thing about being a little bit older. But anyway, what was my point again? I'm losing my point.
You're talking about Bridges. Real quick, Mario, I'm going to jump into the Bridges thing in a second. You had a Giants point, though?
Oh, yeah. The Giants point? I think the Giants really could do something if they could actually wind up. Linderbaum is not going. He's not going to leave Baltimore. Let me tell you that right now.
I do think if he leaves, though, he ends up being a Giant. I think
right, but he's going to make $20 million.
Right, and we saw the Bears and the Chargers, 2 teams that were chasing centers that we thought were the Giants' biggest competition. They've now moved on, and the Bears traded for a guy. The Chargers are rumored to have signed the Commanders center. So I do think it's just the Ravens and the Giants that are really going to be in on him.
Yeah, but you know what I see with Baltimore? They just signed Crosby.
Yeah.
They got Lamar Jackson. He's got to win a championship. He needs a center. They're not going to let that guy go. There's no way in hell, in my opinion, they would let that guy go. And if they did, they would be stupid. And they're not stupid. They're a really good franchise.
Right.
You know? But I think the Giants, with the they might even. This might sound crazy. They might go with an offensive lineman in the 5th pick.
Well,
they could go with the best offensive lineman.
And I appreciate the call, Mario. That's better than going with a running back. It's crazy. That was the biggest. The Ravens had never traded a first-round pick for a player straight up. This marks the first time in Ravens' 31-year existence that they have used a first-round pick to trade for a veteran player. So that's incredible to me. And it was funny that, just to pile on the Cowboys here, they were willing to give up 2 firsts for Quinnen Williams. Very good player, borderline all-pro player. But not give up 2 firsts to get Max Crosby, who is maybe the most underrated defensive player in the last 15 years. He is, I'm telling you, from experience, as someone who's had to face this guy for 2 years as a Broncos fan, 2 games a year as a Broncos fan, he is a game changer. He's a game wrecker. He involves the pass game and the run game. He's everywhere on the field. He is one of the most frustrating players. I would say besides Myles Garrett, Max Crosby is the most dangerous pass rusher maybe in the league. Micah Parsons right there next to him, guys like that. Bosa. Crosby is a game wrecker, and you don't hear about him because he was playing on a bad Raiders team, no secondary to, buy him a little bit more time like some of these other guys. He's going to help that. The Ravens got a beast. And for Joe Burrow, you now have to face off against the 3 best pass rushers in the league. Max Crosby, Bosa, or not Bosa, sorry, I keep saying Bosa, TJ Watt, and Myles Garrett. That's 6 games of your season that you're facing guys who might be the 1 through 3 in the sack numbers next year. Brian Burns, Nick Bonito, certain guys like that, they obviously exist outside that division. That is a monstrous 6-game stretch for Joe Burrow and co. Going back to his Bridges point, though, which I thought was a good point, we get on him. I kind of like to compare Bridges to Clay Holmes. Where he came from, what we expected him to be, are why I think so many people get hung up on him. Clay Holmes is way more consistent than Bridges, though. But similar to all we ever heard about with Clay Holmes is he's an ex-Yankee, ex-relief pitcher. So we just gloss over the fact that he was the Mets' most consistent pitcher last year and came up in their biggest moment when they needed him. For Bridges, all we think about is the 5 first-round picks and the fact that he was a Brooklyn Net. Last year, in their biggest moments, he came up with the 3 biggest defensive stops that they needed in the season. He is frustrating. I'm not saying that. All I care about is if he giving you something defensively and if he's knocking down his shot from 3, which, as again, being inconsistent. But you do get games from him, like that Spurs game. 5 steals, 5 rebounds, 25 points, 5 of 9 from 3. Over his last 10, he's shooting 48% from the field, 36% from 3 on 30 minutes. He plays every night. 3 rebounds, 3 assists, a little under 2 steals. So not great, but not terrible. He's shooting 50% from the field this year and almost 39% from 3. He's been a very good role player for this team. If you don't think about the 5 first-round picks, because you're not doing anything right now, you're not getting the 5 first-round picks back, they're not impacting you right now, you're just looking at him on the court. He's been very good. And what he gives you defensively is elite defense. Now, when he's completely inept offensively is where you're frustrated. But this goes into my overarching point. We have viewed the Knicks through a lens and a narrative and an agenda that does not fit the reality. He's taking 13 shots a game from the field, shooting 50%. He's taking 5 shots from 3, shooting 39%. 38.5. Let's just round up, 39%. He's getting to the free throw line not that much more consistently than he did last year, although it felt like that. I also think that it's a little different because it's not like he's passing up those easy buckets like he was last year and avoiding contact. I just think the way the offense is gone, he's not putting himself in those positions. He's rebounding and assisting more than he was a year ago. His steals are more than they were a year ago. His points are down, but that's less usage. Of course your points are going to go down. He's fine. Yes, inconsistent at times, but he's been consistent enough to put up those numbers. It's kind of why I was reading out the stat sheet. With their talent, this Knicks team could overcome so much, and I think we disregard how deep they actually are, how talented they actually are. When your 3rd and 4th best players, arguably, because you could make the argument at times Josh Hart is their 4th best player over Bridges, but realistically, their 3rd and 4th best players are OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges. They are so freaking good. They are so deep. And we consistently try to find reasons to tell you why they're not good enough. Defensively, they're top 7 in the league. Offensively, they're top 3 in the league. They have the most clutch player on the team. They are one of the most efficient offensive teams with their star center not even really getting off the snide until the last 10, 15 games. They're obviously struggling right now. They're shooting terribly in this game. Right now, the Knicks are shooting 5 of 21 from 3. They're down 12 to the Lakers. About 5 minutes left in the third quarter. Sorry. So they're struggling right now, but They have the ability to do so much every night. The looks they're able to throw at you. You're able to throw a long, athletic defensive look at you. You're able to throw a fast offensive look at you. You could play small with this team. You could play big with this team. They are the perfect mix of offense and defense, and I really believe, I'm not telling you it's a cakewalk. I'm not telling you they're going to be favored every series. What I am telling you, and right now the difference between this game is they are just not hitting their shots. They are able to play inside and out, score at all three levels. And all Knicks fans have done this year is continue to tell you why they're not as good as the Pistons, while they're not as good as the Cavs. Teams that have not showed you anything. Teams that one of the teams has been built for only a month with the James Harden trade. A Pistons team that can't beat the Spurs, which the Knicks handle. And I'm not saying that means anything. It's just funny how when the Knicks can't beat one team, all of a sudden they're not good enough to win the title. But when the Pistons do it, nothing. Cade Cunningham's out. If the Pistons were this title contender that everyone makes them out to be, you'd think they'd be able to beat the Nets. But no. They lose to the Nets at home. And not only lose to the Nets, completely choke away the game in the fourth quarter, getting outscored by 13 points in the fourth quarter. I don't want to hear about Cade Cunningham being out because when Cat and OG and Alvarado were out against the Pistons and they got blown out in Detroit, the Knicks season was over. I don't hear about it. They struggle, not to mention the Pistons, they've lost the last 3 games and then beat the Magic the game prior, but prior to that, struggled to beat a Cavs team where the Pistons had to fake a horn issue and they needed a little help from the refs to win in overtime when the Cavs didn't have Donovan Mitchell or James Harden. And again, this is more to talk about how the Knicks are in the same boat as those teams and the quiet, delusional Knicks fan that thinks they have no shot, more than to disparage those other teams. And again, something to look out for here. The Pistons are so physical. What are they going to do when the entire NBA, when the entire Eastern Conference ups the physicality and the intensity in the playoffs? How are they going to take themselves to another notch? What are they going to do when they finally get punched in the face? Are they going to roll up into the fetal position, or are they going to punch back? Every NBA team has to deal with that. Every NBA team has to grow with that. And a common theme in the NBA is a lot of these specifically younger teams that have to deal with it's unbelievable. I got the game on in the back. Luka complains every single possession. I know he's not LeBron James, so you guys don't want to cry about him complaining as much. He cries every time there is any contact. But this team is written off every single time something bad happens to them. But there is the energy is not matched. That's all I'm saying. It is not to it's not to tear down the Cavs and the Celtics and the Pistons, but it is to prop up the Knicks. It's also worth noting that every single young, physical, aggressive team has had their struggles when teams match that physicality and intensity in the postseason. Every single one of those teams has struggled to figure it out in the postseason. We've seen our Knicks do that. We've seen other young teams match that. The Thunder had to learn to win. That Knicks-Randall team, all they did was out-physical everybody all season, and then they got punched in the mouth in the playoffs, losing to the Hawks. We've seen it with multiple different iterations of NBA teams. And I don't think the Pistons have the secondary pieces to compete not only with the Knicks when it matters most in crunch time, Game 5, Game 6, Game 7, facing elimination, fourth quarter. What's Cade struggling? Cade's in foul trouble. Cade's banged up. The Knicks are beating down on him. What are you doing at that point? I still think the Celtics are the biggest concern for the Knicks. Not the Pistons, not the Cavs. And here's the other thing is, too, I also find it funny. We are more willing to give the Cavs and the Pistons the benefit of the doubt that they are somehow going to get it done when they have proven nothing. Mitchell, Harden, proven nothing. This Cavs team, proven nothing. The Pistons have played one playoff series and lost to the Knicks last year. And somehow we think they figured it all out. Somehow you guys make them out to be the 96, 97 Bulls. We're going to see. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Coming back, I want to talk a little bit about the WBC. We'll get in Mets, Yankees. Everything's on the board for this last hour and a half ride until the great Laurie Rubinson at 7 o'clock. Anthony Gallo back after this.
Back to Zaire to the rim and a two-hand slam.
It's Monday Night NBA on FAN with the Grizzlies and Nets. 7:30 tomorrow night.
Williams right wing three. Good!
The home of Brooklyn Nets basketball is the Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and Odyssey apps.
Hi, it's Alicata here for Soda Pro Painters. I've been spending a lot more time at home lately, and my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is happy. For me, sometimes that can be challenging. But my friends at Soda Pro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at Soda Pro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. And hey, ask about their spring sales event and get 10% off on qualifying projects.
Each Soda Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Captain Nick Polidoro, retired captain, Bloomfield Police Department. After years on the job, my body took a beating. And when the pain started slowing me down, I needed the best care possible. That's when I found Alliance Orthopedics. They got me back to doing the things I love.
Visit AllianceOrtho.com to be our next success story.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier-to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/appliance delivery for more details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. After years in the game, I don't guess. I go with what works. With Red Pocket Mobile, you lock in your rate and you keep it. No price creep, no sudden jumps, just straightforward pricing and premium 5G plans starting at $10 a month. Visit redpocket.com to see why more Americans are switching to better wireless without paying more. Red Pocket Mobile. your new ultimate cell carrier.
New York City. There's no place like it, where the lights shine brightest and stars are born. And on Sunday, May 24th, the next great event comes to life in the city that never sleeps. For the first time ever, AEW presents Double or Nothing. The show the world is talking about breaks all new ground. And AEW raises the stakes again. Double or Nothing pay-per-view event. Live Sunday, May 24th from Louis Armstrong Stadium in Queens. Tickets on sale this Monday at AEWTIX.com.
No matter the season, New York sports never stop. Yankees, Mets, Giants, Jets. If it's happening, we're talking about it. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo on the Fan, 888-808-1019. It is March. March Madness is upon us, and it's already getting started. A couple of locals, and this Fan Focus, sponsored by Chef IQ, Precision Cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. LIU, Brooklyn to be exact, they make the tournament. Their men's basketball team made the tournament for the first time in their history. St. John's beating Seton Hall, ends up clinching the regular season title for the second time in a row in the Big East over UConn. They're the 1 seed in the Big East tournament, and the bracket with the tournament coming this week is laid out as this. I think they're on the same side as, I want to get the actual picture here. They are facing off against the winner of Providence and Butler. And if they win that game, they will get the winner of Creighton and Seton Hall. Obviously, UConn and Nova on the other sides. They're awaiting Xavier Marquette, Georgetown DePaul, respectively. So St. John's with, outside of UConn, I think Seton Hall presents the biggest matchup frustration for the Johnnies. And for Seton Hall, you have to win probably 2 games, maybe the entire thing, to get into the tournament. And for Villanova, I think if they go in and they win their quarterfinal, they should be a lock for the tourney, barring a absolute embarrassment in that one. So exciting times here, very cool. Girlfriend is an LIU alum. I think she did her master's program there. But, the Sharks, the great Greg Caserta, Pat Boyle, they used to do games for LIU Brooklyn, but very cool. Another local team getting in. A little history there for them to get the first time into the tournament. St. John's, though, I think it'd be the first time they made the tournament in back-to-back years in over 25-plus seasons. So very exciting there. And it's crazy to think how far the team has actually come, where I used to just pray that they were a bubble team this time of the year. And, hopefully we win a couple games and they like our resume and we're in. They're a lock to get in. I think they sit right around like that 6 or 5 seed. They win the Big East tournament. I think they have an outside shot of being a 4 seed, but I would expect them to probably be a 5. As we near that as well. I'm trying to see if there was any other teams that are from the local area that made it. I know, obviously, LIU Brooklyn, like I said. There was a couple other teams in the smaller conferences still battling. Also, Zuby Ejiofor getting the first team all Big East, which is pretty cool. He is by far the best player the program has had in maybe 22, 23 plus years. And he is everything that you've wanted from this program. I know it's the kind of player Pitino likes, a guy who wants to get better, a guy who's going to work hard every single day. But he has really put the program back on the map, and it's really exciting. So a lot of fun to come. LIU, I actually was the first team to qualify because I'm looking at it here. It's only them and Tennessee State. So a lot of excitement coming. The brackets are right around the corner. All the fun, all the madness, but the Garden's going to be packed this week. This Fan Focus is sponsored by Chef IQ, Precision Cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. We were talking about the Jets and the Giants previously. We did a little bit of the Knicks. The Knicks right now getting smoked right now by 19, so not really helping the narrative there, but it is what it is. They're shooting 4 of 20-plus from the field today. And I'm not. It's frustrating. It is frustrating loss. I'm not one of these guys who's going to sit there like, early game in L.A. It doesn't matter to me. But you lose a game because you're not knocking down shots. I can live with that a little bit more. It doesn't look like there's a lack of defensive effort in this one. And going back to the conversation that we were just having before the break, obviously for the Jets, I feel like there is a different feel to this offseason because of the potential they have to really go out there and build a solid foundation for what you hope is the roster for the next 5-6 seasons. And as a outsider looking in, Jeff fans are going to disagree with me on this probably. I think that they has more benefit this year from building a roster, drafting the right pieces, not forcing a quarterback in there by overpaying or trading draft capital or overdraft slotting a guy. There is more value in building something this year, proving you have the right head coach, proving you have the right GM, and building that roster so that next year, with all that draft capital, you can go out there and do something to really build for the future, because the Jets win 7 games this year. Let's just throw the number out there. You're all going to cry. They won too much. We're not going to have the right draft slot. We're not going to get the quarterback we wanted. Two things can be true in this scenario that are positive. Either whoever you signed or, let's say, traded for or possibly drafted in like day 2 or day 3, that means that the quarterback played well enough that you might have something. Or 2, you've built the roster good enough. Now you need to go get the quarterback, and you have the cap space and the draft capital to go out and get the guy that is going to build your franchise and take them to the next level. I think it's backwards. It's ass backwards to sit here and say, yes, you may not believe in Aaron Glenn, but to actively root for them to lose, to move on from him, you should be rooting for them to get this right. You've gone through a decade plus of terrible football. If you go out there and they win 7 games, win 8 games, and Glenn proves he's clearly a better coach than we thought, and Darren Muji could build a roster, and you're signing guys and drafting guys that are going to be here for a while, you now know that, all right, we could take the next steps, get the best quarterback on the trade market, draft the best quarterback by trading up with all that draft capital we have to a top 3 pick. But if you go out there and you lose, you win 4 games, you're firing Muji. You're firing Glenn. You're not hiring Frank Reich. You're cleaning house. All the talent you have in your roster is going to want out. And you're going to have to restart again. I don't think there is a positive. I am not a tanker. I don't believe in tanking. Evan calls them tankists. I don't believe in tanking. I think it doesn't work. It hasn't proven to work. I don't think it works in any sport. Look at the first overall picks. Look at the NBA. Most of these teams, outside of a Wembanyama type draft pick in the NBA, tanking doesn't work. In the NFL, how much has tanking worked? Lamar Jackson, 30th pick. Mahomes, I think, was the 12th overall pick. Bo Nix, 12th overall pick. Washington ended up bottoming out, but they also had been building something before Jaden Daniels got there. And we saw this year with the injuries to those secondary pieces along with Jaden Daniels, that's what hurt them. Caleb Williams, yes, maybe the Bears have figured it out, but it might be more of a better roster than it is the quarterback. It just doesn't. The Eagles have never tanked. The one year that they tanked, they already had the quarterback on their roster in Jalen Hurts. And if they would have played him, they would have made the playoffs that year instead of playing Carson Wentz. Andrew Luck, all-time level talent. It didn't work out for the Colts. Mitch Trubisky, how many bad first overall picks were there? Josh Allen was the 7th or 8th overall pick? Justin Herbert was not the number 1 overall pick. 888-808-1019. I just think, why would you want to rebuild the entire roster again? So you're punting on this year. Any draft picks or signings you make are almost irrelevant going forward because you're going to end up firing everyone and restarting yet again. Limo driver Ed, what's going on?
Hey, brother. Hey, I'm glad what you said. When you said something about Seton Hall, it's so funny. Real quick before I get my Jets point, real quick. If you said about Seton Hall, they can get in. Depends if they win the tournament. But here you got Miami, Ohio, won 30 games. Didn't even. They played with who they supposed to have been playing, but they still won.
No, they're going to get in. Don't believe the hype. Don't believe the hype, limo driver Ed. They're getting in. They are.
That's right.
They are going to get in. I think it's Bruce Pearl trying to do the bidding for his son. They're definitely getting in. You don't win 30+ games in a row and don't get into the tournament. It's not. It's not. You can't base it off of who you think is the best. It's the most deserving teams. Because if that was the case, you wouldn't have some of the teams in. And I appreciate the call. I have to correct myself, too. I just actually saw it, New York basketball on Twitter. LIU actually Rod Strickland, the coach, made the tournament in 2018. So I'm sorry for saying it was the first time they made the tournament. I glossed over it this morning and thought it said first time. But first time since 2018. So very cool in that one. But to his point, and I saw Joel and Arty talk about this the other day, bracketology guy, if you don't know, he's a bracketology guy. He was saying that, the mid-major teams that get at-large bids or get into the tournament are more likely to win a round 1, round 2 game more frequently than those at-large bubble teams that get in. Who was it a few years ago? The Virginias. Virginia got in over Providence at Seton Hall and Indiana State 2 years ago, Pitino's first year, and even St. John's to a lesser extent, but they got in over a much deserving Providence and Seton Hall team. They got smoked in the play-in game. A lot of it, too, is politics. The ACC has a lot of pull in the college basketball, just like the SEC does in football. The ACC has a lot of pull when it comes to the college basketball tournament. Bruce Pearl said everyone's up in arms because Bruce Pearl, not a guy who ever puts his foot in his mouth, just upstanding citizen. His son got the job at Auburn after he quit abruptly because of him. And, I'm not one of these people who cries about nepotism because, sometimes, nepotism, if the guy works out, who cares? This is a time it has it. His son's team is 15-14. They have less, Miami of Ohio has more wins on the road this year than Auburn has played. So it's ridiculous. Bruce Pearl is just, crying. And he also ripped LeBron James for nepotism, but then he's, all about his son getting this job. It's ridiculous. He's a clown. They're getting in. Short of them getting smoked by like 30 in the first game of their conference tournament, I don't see a way they don't get in. And they're probably going to win their conference tournament. I'm under the belief, too, that if they go out there and run the table, they should be a top 2 seed if they're undefeated. I'm sorry. I don't care who your competition is. If you're undefeated going into the tournament, that's a feat in itself. 888-808-1019. Keith in Hicksville. What's going on, Keith?
Hey, man, I just want to talk about Miami, Ohio and alumni.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I think it's dangerous. I think they should go in that high. I mean, Akron is a really, really good squad.
Yeah,
so
I think that's their biggest. I think that's their biggest quad win this year. I think they were a quad 2 win, correct?
Yep.
No, listen, Keith. I want to say this. I'm not saying they are a number 2 worthy team. If you run the table and you go undefeated in college basketball going into the tournament, how do you justify them not being a top 2 seed? In my opinion, that's my point.
I want them as high as possible. Are you kidding me? I want them as high as possible.
But they're getting in. Don't worry, dude. I appreciate the call, Keith, and I know you've called before. They're getting in. You don't win 30+ games and not get in. Also, if they're a top 25 team, when the bracket comes out, they're getting in. That's how it works. The bubble teams, like Seton Hall's a bubble team, stuff like that, like, I don't care if they're the more talented team. They're the most deserving. I think it was McNeese State won like 30+ games last year. And they went on that run, obviously. The kid with the boombox, all of that. But it's an exciting time, specifically for the locals. You got LIU in. You're probably going to get a couple of the other small schools in. And St. John's and UConn, obviously, the more dominant programs in the area when it comes to fan bases. UConn, dominant program as a whole. They're probably going to be a 1. Unless they lose, I would say, their first conference tournament game. But St. John's, it's going to be fun. Patino's done a great job, and the Knicks continue to really get blown out here in L.A. as, disappointing loss. This is not changing anything that I've said from today. As they do inch in now. It's 97 to 81, so 16-point game. About 9 minutes to go. Going back to what I was saying about the Jets, on the flip side, talking about the Jets, not wanting them to just push forward and punt over this season. Because I hear that a lot from Jeff fans. I've heard that from Paul Rosenberg, big Jeff fan, a lot of guys. And I know you don't believe in it. I know you think that they're never going to get it right. But if you can't just look at the laundry and say the Jets logo is on their team, they're never going to get it right. Because that's not how it works. Eventually, they are going to get it right. And you hope it's this season. 70+ in cap space. 4 picks in the first 2 rounds. Multiple picks on day 3. For the Giants, it's different. You bring in the elite coach like you did. You had a roster that it felt like they could have been more competitive if Jackson Dart started day 1. You have the quarterback. You have one of the best wideouts in football. You have one of the best pass rushes in football. The hope is that you go forward and come week 1, you're looking at this team as a legitimate playoff contender. And we've seen it happen before. We've seen teams go from first to the playoffs or first to worst, or worst to first, sorry, not first, worst. You've seen teams go from worst to first in divisions. You've seen teams go from, one of the worst teams of football, top 5 pick, to the playoffs. They have the quarterback. They have a legit wideout. They have a good running back room. I like their tight end room. They have a good pass rush. They don't have a good secondary. They do have some pieces there. Tyler Nubin, Phillips. I like Javon Holland and Paulson and Debo. You got to add to the secondary. You got to build out the depth. You have to fix that offensive line, hopefully get a center. Maybe you bring in an interior lineman to go along with re-signing Illuminor, and you have Andrew Thomas, as the Knicks are pulling within 13 now. They have to go out there and look to compete. I'm not saying make the playoffs, but you have to be a team that has expectations of getting one of those wild card spots. Coming into the last 5 weeks of the season, a team that could win 9-10 games in the NFC and get to a wild card spot. They don't have to make it, but you have to show something there. You have the quarterback. You're now in year 2, technically. I know you just got the coach, and he is going to change the roster. And they have about $20+ million in cap space right now before restructuring and trading guys. It starts with free agency, continues with the draft, and so on. In free agency, I would like to see them, just looking at the draft board, I'd like to see them go after a center. Tyler Lindenbaum, guy I've mentioned multiple times today, that's the kind of guy I believe they should go after. There are other people out there. They could take a flyer on an older guy like Graham Glasgow, who's been with the Lions for a few years. He's pretty good. Again, the age scares me at 33. Lloyd Cushenberry was a disaster with the Titans, but has had times where he's looked good. He signed a big contract before they cut him. So maybe you take a flyer there. Cade May was big with the Panthers. I expect him to be back with the Panthers, but he's a center you go chase. There are a decent amount of centers out there. And then they have to go out there and get a corner, in my opinion. You could draft a safety, you could draft a linebacker, or maybe an interior or like a guard or a tackle in the draft. There aren't a ton of corners, specifically at 5, unless they're willing to trade back. There aren't a ton of corners you want to take in this draft. There are guys on the market, though, that I think are valuable. Jalen Watson is my favorite of the cornerbacks in this free agent group. Cordell Flott, I know he's probably not coming back. Maybe there's an outside shot they re-sign him as well. But Jalen Watson, formerly of the Chiefs, I think the guy's great. I think he's not an elite corner, but he's definitely a good 2, scheme guy, kind of like a nickel slot guy in that secondary. Cam Taylor-Britt, I like as well. Could be a cheaper option from the Bengals. So they could but they could add to that cornerback room to add guys to pair with Paulson and Debo. They could draft hopefully Caleb Downs at 5 and really build something there. There's Trayvon, if you want to go on a more notable name route, Trayvon Diggs is there. I like Teron Johnson. The Bills just got rid of him. Again, another piece they could go bring in there. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan coming back. I want to dive in a little bit to the WBC stuff as well as the Mets and the Yankees. All that right here on the Fan until 7 o'clock.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
Let's not start an argument that's not there yet. All right? Let's.
All you've done is told me that Frank Reich does not like tiny quarterbacks.
Yeah,
since the second I met you. Hi, I'm Boomer. I went to East Islip. You're Gio. You went to Bellport. By the way, my buddy Frank Reich doesn't like tiny quarterbacks.
Get Boomer and Gio on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
The pros know nobody beats FW Web. With extensive inventory, personalized service, and a fleet of trucks across the Northeast, FW Web supports all customers, from one-van contractors to large facility operators. For planned projects, emergency jobs, or maintenance, FW Web has what you need, when and where you need it. For plumbing, heating, HVAC, refrigeration, propane gas, and PVF jobs. With over 100 locations, visit FWWeb.com to find one near you.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
866-323-7529, 250 Pele, Saddlebrook. Diana Magala, licensed in New York and New Jersey. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love. And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
College basketball is nonstop. Big games, tight spreads, momentum swings every night. And now FanDuel's giving you a way to turn that energy into bigger wins with a college basketball parlay profit boost. Here's how it works. Build any college hoops parlay you like. The early tip, the rivalry game, the ranked matchup, the late night West Coast shootout, mixed spreads, totals, props, whatever fits your read of the slate. Then just apply your profit boost and instantly bump up that potential payout. Go safe, go spicy, go with the team you've been following all season. It's your parlay, your style. Now with more upside behind it. Head to FanDuel.com/New York to get started. FanDuel, play your game. We just love the app around here. It's safe and secure. When you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and over and physically present in New York. Opt-in required. Minimum 2-leg parlay required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable Boost Builder tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
If you're in the market for a great deal on Toyo tires, get to Town Fair Tire for your absolute best deal. Because at Town Fair Tire, you get the guaranteed lowest price on any Toyo tire. Plus, you get free services for life. And we honor all valid Toyo tire rebates. For the absolute best deal on Toyo tires, get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
For 100 years, London Jewelers has been part of life's most meaningful moments. From engagements and anniversaries to milestones, big and small, they've helped mark the moments that matter most to their customers. Generations of families have trusted London Jewelers for exceptional craftsmanship, timeless design, and service that lasts a lifetime. As they celebrate a century of excellence, they thank you for being a part of their story, and they look forward to the moments still to come. They invite you to visit London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations. London Jewelers, celebrating 100 years of brilliance.
Febreze.
New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and New Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We love talking about the Knicks and Nets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Oh, it's Anthony Gallo on the Fan. 888-808-1019. I got you for another hour. The great Lori Rubinson comes up with a jam-packed show. She'll have a ton of guests on. All that, getting you all the information that you need. The glue, Paul Rosenberg, out, and in comes Connie Buckets.
Rosie is the glue that holds WFAN together.
Walking bucket, as the great Connor Green tells him. He is a walking bucket getter first and a radio producer second, which is he was voted most likely to get a bucket in high school. So that's what we have a 2/5 of the WFAN basketball team here.
I'm a bucket getter and a ball knower.
Ball knower. Unlike the other guy here who doesn't. Well, the two most odd, if Nico Scarlatus was here, we'd have the three oddest food people in the world in one room. Connor eats a bacon, egg, and cheese and Chipotle every single day. Occasionally, we'll see him with some Mickey D's. Rosenberg eats dry paper. So
Holly Rosenberg, the glue, as he's called.
Yeah. Was that Gordon? That's great. 888-808-1019. The WBC, it's on right now. I'm into it. I'm watching every game that I can watch, obviously here, or, you got to run errands. I can't just, my girlfriend is about to leave me if I turn on, the Czech Republic versus Australia ever again. But
I think the Czechs got relegated, right?
They lost, not relegated.
I think they should.
Also, it sounds like you're a mile away from your microphone. Can you put them?
I thought they got
eliminated, not relegated. You're not a soccer fan. Stick to the right terms.
The article said they got relegated. They have to do it again to qualify for the next one.
Yes, you qualify for every major tournament. You have to qualify for international play in anything. The Olympics. I know hockey, it's fake. You don't qualify for that. The men's basketball team, you still have to qualify to get into the Olympics. You qualify to get into the World Cup. You qualify to get into the WBC. Yes, thank you. But nobody cares about the WBC. Okay, please.
They care about gold medals in the Olympics.
Please turn your mic off, please. I'm having a conversation here that's legitimate. Please turn your mic off. Thank you.
It's off. Okay.
Going back to my conversation, though, with the WBC. I see a lot of people, and, to Rosenberg's nonsense, freak out every time one of these players says they care about this a lot. Even if they don't even mention the World Series, I see people panic. And it feels hypocritical because when Kike Hernandez, he's not saying the World Series doesn't matter, but when he says this feels bigger than the World Series, it's short-sighted to freak out about that. It's a tournament every 3 years. On a global stage. And yes, maybe you in your bubble do not care about it. It is growing increasingly. Every single country in this tournament is locked into it. They're very excited. Maybe the Great Britain is the one team that doesn't seem into it. But, baseball is growing over there. They're playing the games over there. My problem is, and that's not the point of this, it's not to tell you if it matters or not. My problem is the hypocrisy in getting mad at Kike Hernandez, who has won World Series and played his ass off in those World Series and put his body on the line in those World Series, showing he cares. Juan Soto has won a World Series and put his body on the line to get the Yankees to a World Series to win one with the Nationals, has shown he cares about the World Series. That you guys panic when these players say they care about the WBC a lot. Some of them say it feels bigger than the World Series. It doesn't devalue the World Series. It does not mean these players don't care. It is a national, global scale. They're playing for no money. They're playing for pride, and they care. Everyone's putting themselves on the line, and they are trying to win. And the intensity, the level of these games is very high. This morning, Australia and Japan was intense. Last night, Chinese Taipei is sobbing after winning and knocking off Korea to stay alive in the tournament. The intensity is there. The U.S. players, even if Bryce Harper says it's not the Olympics, no one's ever cared about baseball in the Olympics ever before. But even if they say that it's not the Olympics, those guys yesterday cared. When Schwarber hit that home run and Roman Anthony is sliding in the second base, being hyped up against Great Britain of all teams, and you got the Great Britain right fielder jumping into the stands to rob a ball, these guys care. My issue with this is, where is this same energy when the baseball season starts and a third of the owners do zero to win the World Series? They're devaluing the World Series. Not the WBC, not the players playing for their home country. Those guys are the ones devaluing the World Series. Because I can tell you this much, if the Mets or Yankees make the World Series this year, Judge and Soto are going to be playing 110% in that game. They're going to do everything, blood, sweat, and tears, to win that World Series. Bob Nutting, the owner of the Pirates, he's not doing jack. John Fisher of the A's doesn't care about anything but his bottom line. He's not doing jack. The owner, Arty Moreno, of the Angels, said that winning isn't even in the top 5 of things to care about. But yet, because a guy for 3 weeks, think about it, 3 weeks in March, says he cares about a competition, you guys lose your minds and you panic. Instead of just enjoying what this awesome tournament actually is. It's awesome. It's baseball at its highest before the playoffs. And sure, maybe they'll move it to the middle of the season. That'll be fine. And maybe they work it out where, every 2 years we get the Olympics, and every 2 years after that we get the WBC. Whatever. Fine. I just don't get how much you guys, and whatever. Fine. You're afraid somebody gets hurt. They could also get hurt sneezing in spring training. A guy fields a ground ball wrong and he's out for months. Last year, Manaea wasn't pitching in anything and he got hurt. Guys are going to get hurt. I love baseball. This competition is awesome. And it doesn't bother me. When Lindor said it the last time, it didn't bother me. The way Juan Soto's acting right now does not bother me. Because I also can chew gum and walk at the same time. These guys can care about the WBC, and then when March 26th, March 27th, March 28th rolls around, I don't remember what day is exactly opening day, they can care about winning a World Series. It's possible. Every single person in the history of sports has cared more about playing for their country than playing for their club team or their professional team. I hate to break it to you, the hockey players cared more about the Olympics, even though only 2 countries matter in that. So it's not the same level of competition. Cared about the Olympics more than they cared about the Stanley Cup. But guess what? When the Stanley Cup playoffs come around, they're going to be playing their asses off. It's such a short-sighted way to look at things. The World Cup is this summer. And I know you guys are not, it's not the biggest sport that we talk about on here. It's the biggest sport in the world. These guys get paid just as much as NBA and MLB players and NFL players. But when they roll around, they don't get paid to play in the World Cup. It is their biggest trophy to win. And we live in a different sphere in this country when it comes to sports. We have a very, also we do fandom terribly in this country. Nobody has fun like these other countries have fun. Even basketball. Sometimes I'll watch some of these EuroLeague games and it's like feels like a soccer game or like a playoff game every single night. Outside of the Knicks and the Yankee fan, I don't think we really get, and I mean, honestly, I don't really think we get a level of intensity from sports fandom in this country on that level. Occasionally, Philly or Boston team. But this tournament is awesome. And it's fine if you don't like it. That's not what I'm trying to tell you. What I have a problem with is the hypocrisy of, let's say Paul Skeens goes out there and is like, I like this way. I want to win this more than the World Series. So his owner doesn't want to win anything. His owner is trotting out a terrible lineup and a terrible roster year in and year out. They're the ones that devalue the World Series. The cheap, lousy, owners that do not care about the fan and do not care about the health of the sport and the league. All they care about is that luxury tax money they're getting from the Mets, Yankees, and Dodgers at the end of the season. So I don't want to hear about Juan Soto or Kike Hernandez or Aaron Judge caring more about the WBC when they care about winning a World Series. Tell me the owners are the ones that are hurting the sport, hurting that trophy, that prize trophy, more than that player who cares about the WBC more. I got a little distracted. Knicks are down 11 with about a minute 30 to go. They did get it to 9 or 10 a moment ago before a big three from the Lakers, and one, though, for Cat. Looked like there was a foul. The player, actually, no, a clean defensive play from Reeves there. Brunson, forcing it a little bit. And, those are 2 clean plays. He didn't get fouled on those plays. But back to the calls we go. My guy, Maury in Belmore. What's going on, Maury?
Let me just tell you, what you just said, it's mostly Met fans that are complaining about this because it's their players that believe that it's something they enjoy. They're playing for their country. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Stop your belly aching, and that's all you have to say. I think you're spot on, AG.
And you know what? And Maury, and I kind of agree with you because I don't hear the Yankee fan crying about Aaron Judge being in the WBC as much. And I'm saying this as a Mets fan. Maybe it's because Edwin Diaz got hurt, and Met fans just think Edwin Diaz getting hurt is what derailed the 2023 season. Them not playing well at all is what derailed the 2023 season. Not a single guy on that team playing well is what derailed it. But it's ridiculous because what if they got hurt if Edwin Diaz stepped on the curb the wrong way and blew his ankle out? There's no difference.
Yeah, plus it's not fair that Aaron Judge should choke in the playoffs and not choke for America.
Well, that's not fair. Well,
I mean, we should all enjoy his choking in the playoffs.
I can tell you this much, Maury. Yesterday, when they were down 1-0 going into the 5th against Great Britain, I was like, this is a national disgrace if they lose this game.
Yeah, it was not good. I was thinking about, can you imagine going to a soccer game there with one of the American teams? It's just like that. It would be a joke, Anyway. Listen, the Knicks, whatever happens today means nothing. I think we're going to prime ourselves for the playoffs. I think SJU, UConn's going to lose a few more games. They could potentially be number 1, and everything's coming up. I think the problem with New York sports, the team, the fans, is we have ADD for sports. We can't pay attention to one thing at a time.
Well, it's a tough market to pay attention in, too.
That's what it is. And AC Roma, ever since you tell me to watch them, they've been puking all over the place.
Wow. Disaster. Today was a disaster. Thankfully, I was on air.
I've been watching them because of you, AJ.
Yeah, it is probably because of me because I root for them, so I mushed them. They were a disaster today, and I'm wearing the freaking jumpsuit today like an idiot.
Well, listen,
but real quick, you had a take about the Knicks, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you had a take about the Knicks.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, no matter what happens the next few weeks, wins, losses, I think we got to start realizing there's you have to start to get into different frames. How many assists did Brunson have the other night? Start changing the game. Give the ball more to the other players. I think you have to start getting tuned up for the playoffs because we're going to have a deep run, and I feel pretty confident we're coming.
Yeah, I agree.
No question.
I appreciate it, Maury. I love the energy. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I thought you were done. I love that energy. I think I will say this. Nothing they do, whether it's wins or losses, is going to really change how I feel about them. It's not going to get me higher. It's not going to get me lower. I do think that they are desperately in need of not dropping out of 3. And they probably, if they can, you have to try and eclipse the Celtics. The Celtics are, I think they're 2 games above the Knicks now after the loss. Yeah, they are. Actually, I think they're going to be 2.5 games above the Knicks once this one is completely final. Let me see if they update it. on this one. Yeah, they're going to be 2.5 games above the Knicks for that 2 seed. And I think it is a desperate, and the Knicks are still a game and a half above the Cavs, with the Cavs losing to the Celtics today. Worst case scenario, they finish third. They can't finish worse. Well, that's not the worst case, but at minimum, they have to finish third. I think second just puts you in a better spot because you're now playing a playing game against, whether it's the Heat, the Sixers, the Hawks, or the Hornets, one of those teams, and you want to guarantee home court until the Eastern Conference Finals if you have to play the Pistons. I will say this. If you're the 3 seed, you end up getting, one of the, Magic, Heat, Raptors, Sixers, and I would probably say, I don't know what the Sixers' health is going to be. So I'd probably say the Raptors are the one team you want to avoid there. I don't believe in the Magic like a lot of people do. I really don't believe in the Heat. I think they are Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero stat padding, and they play good defense, but they're not a very good team. Again, the only people I worry about, and you're not going to see them till the second round of the conference finals, are the Cavs and the Celtics and the Pistons. If I was ranking teams I'm most worried about, it's the Celtics, then the Pistons and the Cavs. And to be honest, the Cavs and the Pistons, it could go either way. But the Celtics worry me. Healthy Jason Tatum, even if he's at 90%, scares me more than the Pistons, who just lost to the Brooklyn Nets at home. So the Cavs, they're banged up. We don't know what James Harden we're going to get in that facet. So there's a lot to like there as far as that. 888-808-1019. Talking about the WBC. I did think it was funny because I like to take shots at it. I don't have any problem with England. But in sports, being a soccer fan, I do like to take shots at it. England has yet to beat us in anything. Can't beat us in the Revolutionary War. They can't beat us in baseball. Their food sucks. And, fun fact, they've never beaten the U.S. in a major soccer tournament. 3 draws and a loss in 1950 to the U.S. So, I think that there is a pattern here, Just a little, little fun. Yesterday, I thought I was getting a little nervous, though. I was about ready to rip everyone on that U.S. team. And, they play, I think, tomorrow. We get U.S.-Mexico, which will be a lot of fun. Mexico, very underrated team. And this U.S. team, it's going to be tough. I think the Dominican Republic offensively can make up for all the deficiencies in their pitching staff, starting pitching as far. And Japan is a juggernaut. They are a juggernaut. They almost lost to Australia this morning, but they're a juggernaut. Offensively, defensively, pitching, it's going to be crazy. But it's only going to get more intense each day. Today, I think we get Mexico, Brazil tonight, and then tomorrow's Mexico, U.S., which will be an awesome game. Team Italy, kind of a fun story. Probably the least authentic of all the teams because I think they only have 2 Italian citizens on their team, which is fine. You have to start somewhere. That's the other thing. Not to get off on a tangent. We'll get into the other conversation in a second. The fact that people are like, this doesn't matter. Well, everything has to start somewhere. The Olympics had to start somewhere. The World Cup at one point was like 6 teams in the 1930s. And now look at what it's turned into. These countries are growing. I listened to Francisco Cervelli with John Boy, which they did a great job with the interview. And Cervelli, he's dual citizen. He's a Venezuelan and Italian. I think his parents were born in Italy, migrated to Venezuela. Something like that. Or maybe one of his parents just moved there and ended up marrying a Venezuelan. He was saying he's got a contract for a certain amount of years. And he spends most of the non-WBC cycle going around trying to build the game in Italy. We've seen how the game has grown in the Netherlands. I know a lot of the guys that play for the Netherlands are more occupied territories within there. Same thing with England. That's why Jazz can play for that team without really a direct lineage to England. But it has to grow somewhere. So I do think that's cool. The only team that's like bad, Brazil has a lot of guys from Brazil. I thought that was cool. Manny Ramirez's kid had 2 home runs in that game. The Brazilian team, but the Czech Republic team, they had all those guys. They're like plumbers. Well, a couple of the guys play minor league baseball, but they're like plumbers and accountants. I think it's cool. I love the competition. It's high intensity. There are obviously a couple blowouts. I have no problem where they play it. If they could play it after the season, it'd probably be the most ideal because I don't want to hear everybody cry about guys getting hurt and the pitchers not being up to snuff. But the middle of the season would be cool as well. But I think with the way the lockout's going to go, if they get a cap, then I think we see Olympics and WBC in the middle of the summer. But I think let's focus on having baseball next year as well. Going into the conversation, though, kind of tying it into the WBC thing, this notion that the way Soto looks happy and all these things with the Dominican Republic team, I think are so overblown. Last year, the first half of the year, he didn't look comfortable. Last year, they started fast and he was struggling and he was getting a lot of the groans. And then when he started to play well, the team plummeted. Thought I was going to sneeze there, but we're good. We avoided a disaster. The team plummeted after he started to play well. And he didn't have a chance to enjoy the season because it was either he was struggling and the team was playing well or the team was bottoming him out and he was the best player in baseball at that point. I think that we saw it at the end of the year. He was busting his ass. The effort was there. I think we're going to see a drastically different environment to this Mets team when the season starts. You've got a new core. It feels like it's a little looser around the team. It's no coincidence that the guy who they had to call Happy Jeff is gone and the vibes change around the team. So I think it's overblown with the Juan Soto stuff. Of course, he's probably having a little bit more fun than he does on a random Tuesday in April in the regular season. I'm not worried about his commitment and his level of play for the Mets this year at all. If anything, I'm more encouraged. And if I was a Yankee fan, I'd be encouraged by how locked in Aaron Judge looks right now. I know that 17-year-old got on the ground out into a double play. That happens. But he looks like, whether it's spring training or with the WBC team, he looks locked in. 888-808-1019. Calvin in Washington Heights. What's going on, Calvin?
Hey, man, I'm going there Wednesday to Miami. Can't wait, man. You got to understand.
Is that a knockout game or is that a group stage game?
No, that's Venezuela and Dominican Republic. That's basically they're the 4 out of the 4 favorite teams. They're one of the 4 to win it all. So it's going to be sold out. That game is already sold out. But what I could say is this, man. Dominican Republic versus USA is equal as Canada and USA in hockey. This is the best lineup. It's the best lineup versus the best pitching. USA got the best pitching. Dominican Republic, hands down, got the best lineup.
Yeah, I do think.
And Juan Soto.
I will say this real quick, and I'll let you finish, Calvin. I agree with you. I do think the best team overall, though, is Japan because they have pitching. They can hit. They play the field. And similar to the DR team, which I think you're seeing with the U.S. team is kind of holding them back, is there isn't a chemistry there. That Japanese team plays together a lot. And they do
the chemistry. I don't know if you see the vibes, man. The vibes for the DR team is incredible, man. Juan Soto, I want to tell people that Juan Soto is locked in, man. He even said before that bat to Vladimir Guerrero Jr., I'm going to finish the game. He literally said, I'm going to finish the game. He did something similar to what he did with the Yankees to walk it off in the playoff. I don't know if you remember that 3-run home run. That's the same thing he did today. He says, I'm going to walk it out. I'm going to finish it. Boom, and he finished it. It's amazing to watch baseball like this. This is fun. I don't know if you saw Manny Machado on Friday with his defensive
Calvin,
plays.
I've been locked in. The only games I've missed have been a couple of those early games in the Asian bracket, but I've been locked in, man.
That was an amazing performance from Manny Machado. The fans high-fiving him, taking pictures with the fans. You feed off that. I tell people it's like, if you're a Knicks fan, diehard Knicks fan, just imagine a whole stadium full of diehard Knicks fans watching the game. If you love baseball, this is
Calvin.
How much fun it is. Man.
Perfect example. And don't hang up with me. Stay with me right here. Perfect example. Night in and night out at the Garden for the Knicks is a party. It's awesome. And not only do the Knicks players feed into it, the visiting team feeds into it. Mets and Yankees, we have some of the better baseball crowds here. The Dodger fans, Red Sox fans, the players feed into it. Why would a guy in Pittsburgh who doesn't have a winning team, whose fans don't show up because the owner is not doing right by them, of course they're not going to be able to match the level of intensity because they're playing in front of 10,000 people because their owner doesn't care. So, of course, there's a difference.
I would love to say this. These players are not going to have the opportunity. I could speak for the DR team and the U.S. team. These players are not going to have the opportunity to play all together because they were the highest paid players in baseball,
Right.
and they can. And for them to all play together, to them, this is the Olympics. For them, this is the Olympics.
Oh, this
it's
is
like, okay,
this is the World. I put it this way because everyone always wants to go to the Olympics. This is the World Cup. This is what this is. This is
correct. This is
the
what
intensity.
it is for them, and
it's what it
you
is.
can't play the Olympics is played when the baseball season's going on. How can they participate?
Well, the
So
thought
this
process
about-
is, and I appreciate the call, Calvin. Appreciate the call. Have fun at the game too. That's awesome. I was supposed to go this weekend, but things changed. I was going to go to, Friday, Saturday, Sunday in Houston, and I would have been out there tonight for the Mexico versus Brazil game. I would have went to the games in Houston and then came home tomorrow morning. But to avoid a similar scenario that Evan and Hoffer in, I didn't want to miss work for that because I'm a blue collar guy. Connie Buckets, Connor Green, and me, blue collar guys. We show up every single day. It's been awesome. I think it was Netherlands versus Nicaragua, and Ozzy Albies hitting that 3-run shot to walk it off was awesome. Australia, Japan this morning, awesome. Chinese Taipei versus Korea last night, awesome. Or I may mix it up. I was half asleep trying to fight through. It's been awesome. Even some of these blowouts, like in the U.S. Great Britain game, it was fun for the first few innings. Obviously, the U.S. Beat up on them. But that Kyle Schwarber home run, I was up out of my chair fist pumping. It was awesome. When Aaron Judge, first at bat, hits a dinger against Brazil, I was out of my chair, hyped up. I think this is only going to grow, and it's only going to grow in intensity this tournament as we get along. Dennis in Sacramento, what's going on, Dennis?
Hey, man, I'm really enjoying your show today, man.
I appreciate you, man.
I'm glad you're putting the passion behind this because what happened is years ago, I'm 59 years old. Years ago when it first started, everybody's exhibition, no one really wants to watch it. But what we forget, when you take a look, I'm Puerto Rican. When you look at the Puerto Rican culture, Dominican, these other Latin countries and so forth, this means a lot to represent the country. You're hanging out with players, the food, the culture, and just to hear the stadiums there are not sitting up as much people as other stadiums.
Right.
They're just, man, they're losing bonkers, bro. It's been crazy. I've enjoyed it, and I don't want to be slighted anymore. Don't slight this tournament anymore, man, because people are enjoying it. The culture, it brings the culture together, especially this tough time right now, man. I'm just loving all the Caribbean players and the other players too, Team USA as well. I just want Team USA to hopefully adopt and understand the culture behind this.
Well, I think
I buy in and play hard.
I'll say this, Dennis, and I appreciate the call. I think Team USA is buying in. I just think it's different when you look at Japan or DR or Venezuela or Puerto Rico. They don't get to play with each other. A lot of these guys, whether it's through international competition when they're younger, the Caribbean World Series, some of these guys get to play together in the Caribbean, the Winter Leagues. Japan, a lot of these guys play together because remember, they don't come over here till later in their careers. And they also do, I forget what it's called, but it's the tournament with the big Asian countries. And I think Chinese Taipei upset Japan in the last one. They play together more on an international scale. The U.S. players don't get to, Aaron Judge said, when you're younger, there's only a certain amount of guys that get to play internationally. And Aaron Judge at the time was I wasn't considered good enough to play internationally. This is my first taste of being international. When the Olympics still had baseball, it was amateurs. So if you were in the, majors, you didn't play in it. You got occasionally college minor league guys that played in it. Or not occasionally, that's what it was. So I think that's the difference. I think the U.S. players have bought in. I think the U.S. players have bought in the last 3 World Baseball Classics. I think the first one was kind of looked at like a joke by the U.S. players. And then the second one, they kind of got into it, and you saw guys like David Wright really laying it all out there. And then you forget 2017 when they won, that was intense. I mean, Adam Jones was going off. There's a lot of guys in that Marcus Stroman had one of the best, pitching performances I had seen, and it was in a big moment like that. The Adam Jones robbed home run, I really think, is, if you're talking about as American baseball fans, is the moment that tournament went from being irrelevant to certain people to realizing this is kind of cool. And the last tournament, I felt the intensity. Maybe I'm living in a bubble. Me and my friends are into it. Really into it. Texting each other. You see that? That's crazy. My buddy Waldy, he calls into the station, was ripping Dusty Baker yesterday for not walking Albies. Like, we love the game of baseball. I love this level of competition. When the FIBA World Cup comes around, I know the U.S. is most likely going to win. I'm into it. I like watching Italy, play Spain, and a game feels intense, and the fans are into it. I will say this, too. It's not just the Latin and Caribbean countries that are into it. Mexico's into it. Mexico's got a great team. The Asian countries, whether it's Japan or Taiwan or Korea, Australia, we're seeing they're putting together a good team. They've been battling. They're into it. The Czech team, they're growing the sport there. The Netherlands has been in it for a while, but they're starting to grow the sport. Hopefully, Italy and Great Britain, it's really having an impact there. Israel has got a squad, and they also, the sport is growing. There's qualifiers to this. It's not just these teams, and that's it. There are other teams that try to battle to get into this. It's good for the game. I think it's awesome, and it's only going to continue to get bigger. I can tell you this much, the young kids, they're into it. And that's what happens. And this is not a shot. People my age, I'm 34, people in their 40s, 50s, 60s, they might not be into it. That's not, when this comes around again, it's only going to continue to grow. And I think it's good for the game. I'm excited about it. I was pumped up for it this year. I'm going to go home. I'm going to watch the game tonight. I'm going to be locked into U.S.-Mexico tomorrow. And it's great. I think it's also nice to have, something unifying in, this country. Maybe we get behind a team. We got behind the hockey team. Let's get behind the baseball team now. And I think it's awesome that people get to watch their home countries. We live in a city that was, built by immigrants. And, I live in a part of the city that is multicultural, and it's awesome. And it's nice to see people get into something. The World Cup's going to come around, and we're going to have all these people coming here. It's cool. It's fun. That's the big. It's fun. This is supposed to be fun. This is not that serious. We're supposed to be able to enjoy it. When you go out to the ballpark, you're supposed to be able to enjoy it. And that's what this is. And it's going to continue to grow. 888-808-1019. Everything's on the table the last half hour of the show until the great Lori Rubinson comes up at 7 o'clock. My guy, Connor Green, on the other side. Back after this.
Chris Carino, the longtime radio voice of the Brooklyn Nets, joins Evan and Tiki tomorrow at noon. Since 2002, Carino has been the play-by-play voice of the Nets, calling some of the biggest moments in franchise history, including back-to-back NBA Finals appearances and the team's historic first game in Brooklyn. He'll talk about the Nets, the NBA season, and share stories from more than 2 decades behind the mic. Congratulations to Chris Carino, recipient of the Naismith Hall of Fame's 2026 Kurt Gowdy Media Award. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the free iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and Odyssey apps.
Diving for that grounder got you grounded? Oof, we've got specialists for that. Layup, take you down? We've got specialists for that. With 45 Castle Connolly top doctors, Orland & Cohen specialists are considered among the best in the nation by their peers, which can mean a better outcome for you. From Staten Island to Southampton, our network is open 7 days a week, so you can feel better, faster. Visit OrlandCohen.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Hey, sports fans. When it's game time, it's Tully time. Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey. During the big games this season, toast your friends and your team with a dew and a brew, at home or at your favorite sports bar. Because when it's game time, it's Tully time. Glasses up to enjoying Tullamore Dew responsibly. 40% alcohol by volume. William Grant & Sons, New York, New York.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... Let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. I've spent years on the field learning what really matters most: reliability, consistency, and trust. That's why I love Red Pocket Mobile. You choose from 3 major 5G networks. Plans start at just $10 a month and stay there. Plus real customer care answers in under 2 minutes. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
New York City. There's no place like it, where the lights shine brightest and stars are born. And on Sunday, May 24th, the next great event comes to life in the city that never sleeps. For the first time ever, AEW presents Double or Nothing. The show the world is talking about breaks all new ground. And AEW raises the stakes again. Double or Nothing pay-per-view event. Live Sunday, May 24th from Louis Armstrong Stadium in Queens. Tickets on sale this Monday at AEWTIX.com.
Question: what business couldn't use extra income? Hey, it's Tiki Barber. Right now, Amazon Hub Delivery is looking to partner with ambitious New York businesses to become Amazon Hub partners. You and your staff will deliver packages to customers in your area when it's convenient for you. With each package delivered, your business gets paid. Sign up at Amazon.com/Hub Delivery. That's Amazon.com/HUB Delivery.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
College basketball is nonstop. Big games, tight spreads, momentum swings every night. And now FanDuel is giving you a way to turn that energy into even bigger wins with College Basketball Parlay Profit Boost. Here's how it works. Build any college hoops parlay you like. The early tip, the rivalry game, the ranked matchup, the late night West Coast shootout, mixed spreads, totals, props, whatever fits your read on the slate. Just apply your profit boost and instantly bump up the potential payout. Go safe. Go spicy. Go with your team that you've been following all season long. It's your parlay, your style. Head to FanDuel.com/New York to get started. FanDuel, play your game. We love the app around here. It's safe and secure, and when you win, you do get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN.
21 plus and physically present in New York. Opt-in required. Minimum 2-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable Boost Builder tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Your official station to talk Yankees. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. About 20 minutes left to go. I just seen the greatest dessert at a baseball game I think I've ever seen in my life. My buddy Stu, like I said, I was supposed to go to the WBC games this weekend. He is currently at Minute Maid. He went to the game earlier. He's going to go to the game tonight. He sent me, they have ice cream topped with 2 cannolis in a baseball helmet. I would die and go to heaven if I got that. Incredible. So now I'm starving. You know, it's right around that time where I get hungry. You know, get to go home. Got some leftovers. I hit, you know, so I'll get back to your calls in a second. Real tangent real quick. 888-808-1019. You know, I live in, you know, Brooklyn. A lot of my friends live in Jersey. I don't have a car, so it's tough for me to see them. I get to see them like once every 3 months. You know, we had a plan, you know, so I was supposed to see my friends tomorrow, and then it ended up working out. Like my buddy was going to Short Hills. If you know Short Hills, big luxurious mall. So I took the train to Summit. I get to Short Hills. You know, he picks me up and we go to Short Hills. He runs his errands. And we're like, oh, we'll just, you know, we'll all get together. We'll eat at Cheesecake Factory there. You know, typical dude spot, Cheesecake Factory. Anyway, we're at Short Hills. And again, it's like a luxury mall. There's not a single store I would shop out there except for like the Annie Ann's and, you know, Macy's, I guess. You know, it's very luxurious. But, you know, we all kind of dress up nice. You know, I had like a Mets shirt on, but like I still had like, you know, jeans and I looked presentable. My boy, one of my best friends, I'm not going to name him, but he knows who he is, shows up to this place, tattered sweats, you know, a stained Dale Earnhardt, you know, number 3 crew neck, and we were dying. Like, this is, you knew where you were going, and this was the outfit of choice, but respect him. Never switches it up. So very funny there. But the only reason why I thought about that is, you know, I got the chicken parm, seeing that food, I'm getting hungry. If you ever been to Cheesecake Factory, their menu was intimidating. There's way too much on it, but they had the chicken parm. It's like pizza style. It's like round, you know, it's, you know, flattened out. They, you know, they beat it down, fry it, and they put the pasta on top. Incredible. So I got that left over at home. 888-808-1019. A couple more minutes to go here. Sean in North Carolina. What's going on, Sean?
Hey, Anthony. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Hey, good. Listen to your show once in a while when you're on. I love you, man.
I
hey,
love you, dude. I appreciate you.
Hey, so I got a question about Thibodeau, right?
Right.
So I was listening to a podcast, and you know he's going to be in heavy trade talks.
Yep. Yes.
Right now this week, right? Why? They're going to go after what is he? 25, 26?
Well,
24.
Sean, so
they're going to.
You're not in favor of trading him?
No, I just teach him to stop the run. You know, they're saying because he doesn't get enough sacks. They drafted him as a pass rusher. We got Dexter Lawrence, we got Abdul Carter, we got Brian Burns. Draft Styles, put Styles behind him, and if John Harbaugh is a great coach, retrain him to just stop the run, man. Stop rushing the passer.
Well, Sean,
the Giants' biggest problem is the rush, and they're going to go after this interior lineman in Denver who's 31.
John Franklin Myers.
Yeah,
he's a monster. He's 10 times the player that Kayvon Thibodeau is. Like he is.
Yeah,
but I'm just telling you, he is. He's. Let me get real quick.
31.
Doesn't matter, Sean. Let me just tell you this. Let me say this. I don't disagree with your sentiment. I'm not saying I like John Franklin Myers a little bit better. Like I'm a Broncos fan. I hope he's back. I like Kayvon Thibodeau. You have to look at it from where the Giants are looking at it. They have cap problems. They have to fill a lot of holes. And there is a dearth of not just talent in the draft, but also in free agency that they could sign at edge or that could get after the quarterback, stop the run. Kayvon Thibodeau has value amongst the league. He's also a $14 million cap hit. So their thought is we're trading from our biggest strength and a surplus because like you said, you have Brian Burns, you have Dexter Lawrence, and you have Abdul Carter. They're not trading him because they don't believe in him. I actually think that's just the narrative that people are looking at from the outside looking in. I think they believe in him. I think that they're looking at, we have the top 5 pick from last year. We have one of the best pass rushers in the league in Brian Burns. We have Dexter Lawrence, one of the best interior defensive linemen. They have to fill so many holes. If they wanted to, John Franklin Myers is probably not going to cost $14 million a year. So even if you're saving $3 million there, you're saving $3 million, getting potentially, at the worst, the same level of talent. Kayvon Thibodeau is also a free agent next year. So now you have to pay him next year, and you can't consistently invest so much money into only a few position groups. They already have issues with how much money they invest in the wide receiver, and they're going to have to add more wide receivers this year. They have a ton of money invested into the edge rush, into the defensive line. They can't justify, and I appreciate the call, Sean, keeping him if they're not going to be able to get better without getting rid of him, without the cap space. So I don't think it's a lack of belief in Kayvon Thibodeau. I think it's, we think Abdul Carter's better. We drafted him last year. We think Dexter Lawrence is better. We know Brian Burns is better. So how are we going to get better with the resources we have? And Kayvon Thibodeau is also a resource. If they don't trade him, I'm also okay with that. I like Thibodeau. I think he's never going to be a guy who stops to run. I don't think he's built that way. I don't think his body leads him to be that way. But I do think he's somebody who you could throw out there as another great pass rusher. Or good. The Broncos last year, and I talk a lot about the Broncos being a fan. They don't have, Nick Bonito is a great borderline all-pro pass rusher. Jonathan Cooper, very good pass rusher. Zach Allen, one of the best interior linemen when it comes to getting after the quarterback. Borderline elite guy. They throw out 6-7 really good players. Instead of having that number one elite guy, the Giants have an elite guy, and they have a Dexter Lawrence. They have Abdul Carter. It really doesn't make sense for them to just keep Kayvon Thibodeau. Yes, he's a good player, but what if you were able to deal Kayvon Thibodeau for draft picks? Or what if you're able, how about this? What if you're able to deal Kayvon Thibodeau for a secondary piece, somebody that could play corner or safety, or you're able to deal him for an offensive lineman? That's where you have to think about the Giants can get creative. You could do player for player or player for player in picks. Now, I don't know how widely valued Thibodeau may be across the entire, league, but I do think they are dealing with a weird situation because they're not like the Jets. The Jets have $70 million in cap space, and they have a ton of picks this year and next year. The Giants have right now, as we speak, $23 million in cap, and they have the picks they have. They have to look to get better somehow. They're going to have to get creative. Maybe Kayvon Thibodeau's not the one they trade. It just feels like when I'm looking at that roster, you're not trading Abdul Carter for obvious reasons. You took him last year in the top 5, whatever it was, top 3, and he's the talent you hope he is, and he's got more controllability. You're not trading Brian Burns because he was second in the league in sack last year. In my opinion, why would you trade Dexter Lawrence when he's been, outside of Aaron Donald, the best interior defensive lineman of the last 10 years? So I can't get on them for wanting to deal him. You got rid of Bobby Okereke, a guy who was very good last year for you, very good as a Giant. I know that, it felt weird because of the amount of money you were investing in. He was very good as a Giant. You have to get better and work within what you have. You have to live within your means. So trading Kayvon Thibodeau is living within your means. If you could get a third-round pick and some, day 3 picks, I'm making that trade. You're saving $14 million. You're now bumping yourself up to $35 million. Potentially, you could bring in Tyler Lindenbaum. You could potentially bring in, a cheaper pass rusher. You could draft a pass rusher at 5 if that's how much you feel like you need one. If I'm the Giants right now, obviously they're going to go after Tyler Lindenbaum, but if just the things that we know we can control, I'm trading Thibodeau and I'm drafting Sonny Styles if he's there. You're getting cap space. You'll get picks and or a player. You could sign an edge rusher that may not be as good but supplements that need there. And you're ending up getting Sonny Styles, who feels like the best true linebacker, not like an edge rusher type, but the best true linebacker, very athletic guy. I can't justify sticking to Kayvon Thibodeau when you have Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence, and Abdul Carter all already on the roster, and you need help at linebacker. You need help in the secondary. You need help on the offensive line. You need a second or third piece offensively in the pass game. It's tough. And you have to do right by your young quarterback, too. So it may be more doing more on the offensive end and sacrificing a little bit more on the defensive end. 888-808-1019. And they can't draft Love at 5 or spend $15 million on Kenneth Walker. They can't do it. It'd be a disaster. I also don't know if Kenneth Walker is necessarily worth $15 million. I'd rather spend big on a running back than draft one in the first round. That's just me. Because I do think we're seeing more value in getting these guys on their second, third contracts or their second team than going after them in the first or second round. But the Giants have to find a way to fix their deficiencies. For the Jets, they have a lot more to work with. They can make mistakes in free agency. They don't have to move on from guys because of the amount of money they have freed up. 70+ million, nearing 75. They haven't even restructured anyone yet. They have all the picks in the world. Now, I don't want to go after Mac Jones. We don't have that much time left, so I do want to, jump a little bit into it. We're getting nearer to the baseball season. We talked about the WBC, obviously, but it's tough to not get excited as you see guys, Mets, Yankees, performing well. But specifically with the Mets, you watch Clay Holmes go out there. He's looking good. You're finally getting to see Sean Manaea take the mound. You see, other little pieces. Lindor is now saying he feels like he's almost guaranteed to be ready for opening day. And the excitement starts to build a little bit. You start to feel like, regardless of how much I feel like the Mets are going to go, I do think the Mets could compete for a wild card. I think they're about an 86, 87 win team. You start to get a little excited. It's that time of the year. The weather's getting nicer. The WBC's got me in a good mood already, but the weather's getting nicer. And now the pieces are starting to fall into place. You're starting to see guys actually play, so you get to build a little bit of confidence. Lindor being healthy is a great feeling. Watching Manaea take the mound is a great feeling. Clay Holmes in the WBC looking good is a great feeling. I saw Craig Kimbrell. Not that I know, I don't really expect him to be a huge impact player, but you see Craig Kimbrell, taking the mound, getting some spring reps. It's exciting. Aaron Judge looks locked in. Juan Soto looks locked in. There's a lot to be excited about. And the more I look at this Mets team, I truly believe that they're either going to struggle due to their bullpen, or they are going to thrive due to the bullpen. Because when I'm looking at rotationally, I believe in Peralta. I believe in Nolan McLean. I actually think that one of those other 5 guys behind them, whether it's Tong, Christian Scott, who's pitching in spring training, Manaea, Peterson, Senga, I think they're bound to hit on at least 2 or 3 of those guys being serviceable. I like the offense. I think the bare minimum of the offense is better than it was a year ago. What scares me is that bullpen. So either that bullpen is going to be something we're crying about at the deadline, or we're going to be singing the praises of Stearns and, dreaming of something bigger than that. I appreciate you guys listening. Shout out to Connor. Shout out to Rosie. I'll be back hopefully next week. I don't know yet. We'll see what happens. You can always hit me up on Twitter. Just search Anthony Gallo, WFAN, or Pico Day _Gallo. Look out for my YouTube page, Official Anthony Gallo on YouTube, or on IG, Pico Day Gallo 24. Stay tuned. The great Lori Rubinson coming up next with a jam-packed 5-hour show. I'm Anthony Gallo, and this is WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN, New York.
Yankees opening day is 17 days away on your home for Bronx